Okay, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Alam ko meron na kayong pagdinig na ginanap sa Kongreso, ngunit meron pa rin mga ibang katanungan na nais natin malaman ngayong araw na ito. At sa panahon ngayon din, tayo ay hindi lamang yung Grab, Uber, or LTFRB ang ating inimbitahan, kundi pati na rin mga experts pagdating sa traffic para meron din tayong mga iba namang pananaw na nais nating matalakay. Meron din kasing mga batas dito sa Senado na isinusulong natin para nga makatulong sa ating mga pasahero. Iba naman ang batas na isinusulong nila, iba naman dito hanggang sa makapasa sa bawat house, at yan naman ay magkakaroon ng bycam kung sakasakali. Kaya kasama ito talaga sa proseso in aid of legislation, not necessarily just having a hearing, but so that we will know also the bill that the Senate will support. So even if the House Committee on Transportation has already conducted a hearing on this matter yesterday, there are some questions that remain unanswered, and there are some issues that still need clarification. I think that a service, if imbued with public interest, no matter how innovative, requires regulation. However, regulation should not stifle innovation. In a country where mass public transportation is not yet fully reliable, comfortable, or even available, the technology afforded by Transport Network Vehicle Service, TNVS, and transport network companies is a welcome development. No less than our Constitution provides that the state recognizes the indispensable role of the private sector, encourages private enterprise, and provides incentives to needed investments. Our Constitution also provides that the use of property bears a social function, and all economic agents shall contribute to the common good. Individuals and private groups, including corporations, cooperatives, and similar collective organizations, shall have the right to own, establish, and operate economic enterprises subject to the duty of the state to promote distributive justice and to intervene when the common good so demands. The LTFRB previously mentioned that these TNVS constitute only a minority on the road, but the agency has to consider that although a minority, many students, middle class, workers, and even government employees rely on TNVS. TNVS provide the safety and convenience that we all look for in public transportation. Siguro dahil ilang beses na rin naging hindi magandang karanasan sa ibang modes of transportation, kaya nagsagawa na rin ng naging regular na ring pasahero sa Grab at Uber, yung iba nating mga mananakay. We have to acknowledge that unlike taxis, Uber and Grab have a complaint mechanism and allow passengers to rate their experience. So diretso agad kung merong problema. Drivers are also more courteous because Grab or Uber can automatically disconnect or remove from their system any pasaway or erring drivers. Although there have been reports of Uber and Grab drivers harassing passengers. This is at a minimum. Well, compared to taxis, but that's not also being fair because syempre, mas maraming taxi. Diba? Tsaka mas matagal na rin ang history nito. I know that the LTFRB is working towards mandating a mobile service for taxis too, and this is good. But they should also require taxis to update their fleet, and, well, of course, manners is really important. And for all, not just taxi drivers, but all public utility vehicle drivers. Taxi operators should also be made to respond immediately to complaints thrown against their drivers. One of the reasons why some people prefer Grab and Uber is because issues are resolved quickly, mabilis. In July 21, 2016, the LTFRB stopped processing TNVS applicants, which resulted in a public uproar because several TNVS operators or drivers have already purchased cars in the hope that they would be granted a provisional authority or a certificate of public convenience to operate. Ngayon, nanganganib na mawalan ng pagkakitaan ang mga driver ng Uber at Grab. Dapat ding malaman paano matutulungan ng TNCs na una nang nangako ng assistance para sa mga alanganing units ng mga driver. Why did the TNCs continue to accept TNV's applications despite the July 21, 2016 order by the LTFRB? Tanggap pa rin ang tanggap itong mga TNVs na ito ng application kahit na merong order na wag na muna silang tumanggap. Sa tingin ko, dahil sa pagtatanggap ninyo ng mga aplikasyon, kahit na sinabi ng LTFRB na tumigil muna, naipit tuloy ang mga operators at drivers. Pero hindi naman ninyo kasalanan rin ang LTFRB, matagal rin naman ang proseso ng pagdidesisyon ukol dito na wala pa nga ang aplikasyon ninyo or accreditation. Yun ang medyo nakakagimbal paano mangyayari ito sa isang ahensya. I agree that we need to look into this new form of transportation with an open mind. If such mode of transportation can potentially provide a more convenient and more efficient form of public service, then we are obligated to explore this mode for the sake of our commuters. And precisely because this business is imbued with public interest, we must regulate it. However, as I said, it should not stifle innovation. Article 14, Section 12 of our Constitution provides that the state shall regulate the transfer and promote the adaptation of technology from all sources for the national benefit. It shall encourage the widest participation of private groups, local governments, and community-based organizations in the generation and utilization of science and technology. In this hearing, we wish to address the following issues. 1. Accountability. In the event of damage to property or persons, who will be primarily reliable? Up to what extent are TNC such as Grab, Uber, and U-Hop liable? Number 2, transparency. The dynamic pricing of TNC supposedly reflects the forces of supply and demand. There were instances, however, when surge pricing rose to very high levels, such that the LTFRB had to step in and place a cap on the surges. Pag-iisipin mo rin ang sitwasyon ng mga ibang regulated na public utility vehicles katulad ng taxi na may flag down rate. Siyempre, maawa ka rin minsan sa mga drivers pag napaka-traffic, hindi naman sila pwedeng magkompetensya. Kaya tuloy, ang iba sa kanila, ayaw nang magpasakay ng mga pasahero kasi lugi nga naman sila. So LTFRB, kailangan natin pag-aralan itong flag down rate system natin. Baka naman hindi na tayo nakakahabol sa teknolohiya, pero kailangan din natin balansihin sa kapabilidad ng ating mga pasahero na magbayad. Kasi yan ay international process rin na meron talagang cap pagdating sa public utility vehicles na flag down rate. So we need to know what are the factors that affect the dynamic pricing of TNCs. I know that the software used is proprietary, but the TNCs do not have to go in detail, but at least explain why it is sometimes more expensive during peak hours, which is, I think, common sense. But anyway, just for the benefit of our hearing also. 3, traffic. Does the increase in operations of TNVs add to traffic? Does the LTFRB have the numbers to support this? We have Dr. Primitivo Cal, transport engineer, who will tell us about the capacity of our roads. Hanggang saan lang ba yan? Based on data we called last year, there were around 7,500 vehicles per direction per hour recorded in July last year. Note that in order for traffic to move, we should only have 5,600 vehicles in EDSA. And this alone represents about 10% of Uber active drivers at peak hours, perhaps. At 5,000 already. So, Now, there are 3 to 8,000 active Grab users per hour during peak hours. There's no hourly data from Uber, but there are about 7 to 10,000 Uber drivers online simultaneously. I know not all these Grab and Uber vehicles necessarily ply EDSA simultaneously. Further, around 50% of these are dual app users. However, this is still a huge number considering the size of Metro Manila. We need to rationalize our public transportation routes. How can TNVS help in ensuring that they are part of the solution? Also, since the LTFRB has authority to limit the number of PUVs plying the roads, should there be a similar cap on TNV's vehicles? In other countries where Uber and Grab are allowed, the traffic problem in those countries is not as pronounced as that in our country. Their public transportation system, after all, is also one of envy because of its cleanliness, reliability, and interconnectivity. However, not all countries or cities have approved regulations for TNVS. For example, South Korea suspended operations for TNVS. Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium have imposed a partial ban. Even in Italy, when they also mentioned that they don't allow this. And in some cities in the US and India, they have imposed a total ban on TNVS. Section 7 of RA 4136, or the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, provides that the private motor vehicles shall not be used for hire under any circumstance. Given this, it is obvious that the TNVS does not fall squarely into our laws on common carriers, kung kaya hindi pwedeng parehong batas ang gagamitin para sa TNVS at sa ibang sasakyan sa panahon ngayon. Dahil nga kontra ito sa ating konstitusyon pag privately owned. So kailangan natin suriin ang ating batas. But in order to craft a law responsive to the characteristics of a TNVS, we have to ask, what is the primary definition and objective of TNVS? Is it to provide ride sharing? Or is it to provide ride hailing? Those are two different things based on the current setup where more people are buying cars to operate a fleet or work full-time drivers. Can we really still call this ride sharing? The basic concept and goal of an Uber and also a Grab setup to begin with. Remember that what we are trying to balance here is the common good. So I would like to acknowledge, first of all, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services, Senator J.V. Ejercito, my colleague, Senator Bam Aquino, and also Senator Joel Villanueva. Good morning, sirs. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Attorney Eileen Lizada, LTFRB board member, napakasipag, nakaawa na rin. Alam ko marami na rin kayong tinitiis. Attorney Victor Maria Nunez of the MMDA. ASEC Edgar Galvante, isa pa ito, napakasipag. Maraming salamat, ASEC Galvante ng LTO. Dr. Primitivo Cal, Transport Engineer, for many administrations already, kaya lang ang nakakalungkot, hindi pinapakinggan ang kanyang mga suhestyon, kaya nagkakabuhol-buhol pa rin yung traffic hanggang ngayon. Attorney Bong Suntay, President, Philippine National Taxi Operators Association. Sir, thank you. Mr. James Deacon, automotive journalist. Thank you, sir. Mr. Brian Koo, Grab Philippines country head. Mr. Leo Gonzalez, head public affairs. Attorney John Paul Nabuya. Mr. Dickinson Chua D, Octagon Transport Group. Attorney Modesta Lacambra, TNVS Leaders Society. Ms. Angeline Viray, head TNVS Community. Mr. Marvin de la Cruz, Akala ko Marlo de la Cruz. Buti na lang. Chairman and CEO, UHOP Concierge. Mr. Noel Rodrigo, Magdiwang UV Transport Service. Miss Rod Ana De Lara. Ito gusto ko talaga marinig. Student, frequent passenger of taxi, Uber, and Grab. Student ng UST. Welcome. Mr. Jerry Donesa, Vice President, Internal Affairs, Dumper Philippine Taxi Drivers Association Party List. Meron pa ba akong mga nakaligtaan? So, magandang umaga muli sa inyo. And Mr. Hill Liwanag ng Grab Taxi Driver. Wala ba tayong regular na truck taxi driver dito? Yung talaga nagmamaneho ng taxi. Sir, upo po kayo dito. Kayong gusto naming marinig dito. Meron ba kayo talagang driver ng Uber or Grab dito? Kayo talagang kayo nagmamaneho ng ano. Maybe you can choose a representative from your pool, so to speak. Sige. Uunahin muna natin if the Vice Chair has an opening statement or a manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the Chairperson for prioritizing these particular measures. Indeed, there's no denying of the sad state of our public transport in the country. And for that, we welcome any help that we can get as of the moment, whether it's Uber, whether it's Grab, UHOP, or taxis. But as long as they comply with government regulations, government standards, then there will be no problem. And as well as we just want to emphasize, together with the chairperson, that the welfare and the safety of the riding public is our prime consideration. So hopefully with this advent of new technology, just like it was already mentioned by our chair, that we welcome advent of new technology, but as long as everything is set in the proper, put everything in proper perspective, and as long as everybody as well is regulated, considering that this is public transportation. So hopefully that by the end of this hearing, that we will have a win-win situation. We want a middle ground, and let us all meet halfway if necessary, with the riding public in mind. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator JV. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Joe Sherwin Gatchalian, our hardworking committee chairman of the Energy Committee. We shall begin with, in order of arrival, I guess the Vice Chair, if you have questions already to get the hearing started.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wait, I'm sorry, Senator JV. The LTFRB has a presentation. Grab and Uber also has a prepared PowerPoint. Would you like to ask your questions ahead?
Actually, I wanted to suggest the same, because LTFRB is the one, the hot seat right now. Probably they can, Attorney Lizada can give us a rundown or the timeline or the historical facts on what they have done, or probably when Uber and Grab started, probably in 2015, and up to this time, all the actions. So that's all, Madam Chair.
Attorney Eileen, do you have a PowerPoint presentation? How long is your presentation, ma'am?
5 to 10 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. I guess my colleagues can sit through.
Madam Chair, before we do our power presentation to the members of the Committee on Public Services, we would like to state for the record that LTFRB is not against Uber and Grab. What we are just doing is that we want to see a sense of regulation on the part of the TNVS and the level of accountability on the part of the TNCs corresponding to the terms and conditions as laid down in the respective accreditations. So what we will be presenting to you now is what we have received based on the data that we just received from them last week. We have been working hard to get this data since last year. So, just a backgrounder, we had 3 meetings with them. First, December 12 with Grab, December 13 with Uber, and a joint meeting with both last, 2016. On 2012-27, 2016, we have received a lot of complaints for the price surge during Christmas season. That was when we put a cap on their dynamic pricing. On July 11, we issued a order dated July 11, and we imposed a fine of 5 million on both TNCs for violating the respective terms and conditions.
Ma'am,
And-
July 11,
17.
2017. So July 11, 2017. Okay.
And from that hearing, we learned that both Grab and Uber disclosed that they have more or less an estimate of 28,000 TNVS in their system. January 5, we had the dialogue with the TNVS 2016. We also sent 2 letters to both January 5 and January 13 requesting for an updated list of their operators in their system. We only got it last week po. So we will, may I now proceed with the presentation?
Go ahead, ma'am.
We will define Public Service Act. It includes every person for hire or compensation. Next, this is when the TNCs were accredited. For Grab, it is July 6, 2015, August 19 for Uber, and UHOP March 11. They have an accreditation good for 2 years. Next. TNCs under department order issued then by DOTC, now DOTR 2015-011, is a pre-arranged transportation services for compensation using internet-based technology application or digital platform technology. The business design of Uber and Grab. Uber provides an online technology platform which connects drivers with potential users who requests rides. It does not provide or offer to provide transportation services, but merely provides the online technology platform to enable users to connect with its drivers. Grab provides an internet cloud-based booking service for passengers to find, locate, and secure taxis using a smartphone or through web-based applications with internally developed web-based service and technology which shall be available on a smartphone or tablet that has GPS, map capabilities issued to drivers which optimize the matching between taxi service demand and supply. This is found in their article of incorporation. What is ride sharing? An arrangement in which a passenger travels in a private vehicle driven by its owner for a fee. We go to TNVS under the Department Order 2015-011. They are drivers using their personal vehicles to connect with passengers using internet-based technology application or digital platform. The following is the definition of a common carrier. It is any carrier who holds himself out publicly for compensation. Next. Number of applications. When we arrived, there were 30,113 applications covering 32,000 units. When we had our technical working group, we had the compromise with both TNCs. Pending 10,241 will be processed as long as the TNCs assist and comply with the lacking requirements of the respective TNVS. Those with CPCs and PAs as of July, the numbers 3,999. So you will see around an estimate of 14,000 if everything is processed, 14,000 TNVS for both Grab and Uber. Let us present to you, and may we borrow this from one TNC. Next slide. This is, consider it as a funnel. The top base, it is divided into 3 parts. The assumptions here are based on the data given to us by both Grab and Uber during our technical working group meetings. The upper portion is the accredited registered TNVS. The middle part is the existing demand, and the lower part, the third part, is the available TNVS at any given time. On July 11, Uber and Grab disclosed that they have more or less 28,000 each. On July 26, during our second technical working group meeting, we directed them to submit their master list as of June 30, and those activated even after 30 June, because they were still activating after, despite the order dated 11. So we told them to submit it under oath, and now these are their numbers. For Uber, 66,890, and we are talking about casual 0 to 9 hours, full-time more than 40 hours, part-time less than 40 hours, and it also includes inactive drivers. While Grab has 52,393 TNVS. They disclosed during our meeting that they have daily ride of trips of 150,000 each, times 2, 300,000 divided by 24 hours. It gives you 12,500 demand per hour. So that is in the middle. The demand is 12. So we placed a projection up to 15,000, 12,000 to 15,000. That is the demand on an hourly basis. The lower portion is these are those full-time drivers. They are around the 7 to 9,000 available TNVS at any given time. These assumptions are based on what they disclosed during the technical working group. So fused together, you will have 119,283 TNVS, where the demand is 12 to 15,000, and the available TNVS at any given time is 7 to 9. So there is a gap of 5 to 6,000 to meet the demand. So we now go to how many common carriers, because that's how we look at them. Common carriers are unregulated. 105,283 unregulated common carrier, otherwise known as TNVS. This is an estimate because their numbers are still increasing. Part-time. For Uber, they constitute the pie, 60% constitutes part-time. When you say part-time, 11 to 39 hours per week. For Grab, 55% of their pie is part-time. Full-time is 40% of Uber. Grab is 45%. Next slide. If you go to the estimated number of demand, 12 to 15,000, 70% allegedly are dual uppers. That means to say, out of the 12 to 15,000, you have 10,500 riders who have dual apps. Either they have Grab and Uber on their phones. So whoever accepts them first, doon ho sila pumupunta. So this is just an estimate. So you will see now, based on the 12 to 15,000, 70% dual uppers. That's in the middle. That's where they share. So the balance remains with Uber and Grab. Next slide. These are the cases that have been filed with us, and this is when we hear them every Tuesdays and Wednesdays. For 2015, let it be noted that there was only one case. 2016, 17 cases. 2017, 40 cases plus 35 colorum. So that's the total, 83. What we are hearing now are complaints due to the non-observance and non-compliance by both TNVS and TNCs of the respective regulation. We present to you, honorable members of this committee, the concerns and issues that we have seen and observed for the past years. Number 5, can we please define what is ride sharing? Because ride sharing for us is you own the car, you drive. Right now, we are receiving reports. One operator has 40 to 60 cars. Is that ride sharing? Number 2, the suggestion of Uber and Uber was for us to give them a blanket franchise covering 2,008 vehicles up to the present. We put our foot down. We said we cannot give that to you. We cannot give a blanket franchise. Otherwise, we will be abrogating our responsibility as the regulatory body. They want, if you go back to the funnel, they want a higher number in the first bracket, but we want a higher number in the middle bracket. That's why we are suggesting to put a minimum number of hours when we issue franchises, because there are drivers who only drive for 2 to 4 hours a week. Sayang naman ho yung prangkisang binibigay ng gobyerno for one who drives 2 hours a week. Let us give someone who can drive a minimum of X number of hours a week considering their day jobs. Accountability and liability of TNCs. For each colorum violation, we would like to see the TNCs to be held accountable as well because they are the ones activating in their system. For complaints, we want to determine the liability of the TNCs to the rider and TPL. When you say to the rider, usually the partner is the driver. However, there are drivers who are not the partners. So as to what is the liability, what constitutes liability on the part of the TNCs? Will they be subsidiary liable? Next slide. TPL. This is the case of an actual case. And we want to know, we want to get guidance. This is a person riding a motorbike. He was hit by an Uber car. This is a third-party liability. We want to know what is the liability of a TNC for TPL. We want them held accountable as well because the car will not be on the road without them activating. He went to the office. This is an actual case. He is wearing now an upper bracket, a bracket on his upper body. Next case. These are the cases that we want to let Uber and Grab know. Uber, you activated their car July 2017 despite our orders. This is a nurse, that is her son, and these are the stories that we hear. Dapat ho sa inyo sila sumusulat, hindi sa amin, kasi hindi naman kami ang nag-activate sa kanila. Next case. Next. We want to know the status of the TNVS. Are you for hire or private? Because on the part of LTO, they have taxi, jeepney, buses, but what is the TNVS? We want them for hire. We want to define them as common carriers. There is a provision in their TNVS that they should put their trade dress. However, today it is not being practiced. That's why LTFRB will be coming out with an MC where we will be putting stickers on all those who have franchises, common to all. Your plate number, yellow ba kayo? Private ba kayo? Or special plate ba ang TNVS? We do not know. Paano namin kayo makikita? Next, there is an independent contractors agreement between the TNC and TNVS. The bottom line of this is that there is no employer-employee relationship between the TNC and the operator. Next. Part of the accreditation, we would like to ensure compliance to the terms and conditions of the accreditation, and we would like to allow, we would like access to their system so that we can check from time to time if they are still activating or if their numbers are still the same. We need to revise certain memoranda on the part of LTFRB because any violation of the terms and conditions of the TNC, the only penalty is cancellation of accreditation, which we did not use during the July 11, because if we use that penalty, we are penalizing those who are patronizing Grab and Uber. We are penalizing the TNVS. That's why we opted to give a direct fine on the violator with a 5 million fine. We need to determine the number of vehicles allowed per TNVS. Ilan ba po? Also, we need to come up with the direct number that we may allocate to both Grab and Uber. The technical working group is ongoing, and we see that by September we will have the allocated number for both TNCs. The tax payment of TNVS, they're supposed to pay a percentage tax for common carriers. We do not know now, based on the numbers that they have in their system, how they pay their taxes to government. Based on the meetings that we are having, somehow we have established the ideal equilibrium for Uber and Grab, but we need to consult UP for National Center of Transportation Services to validate, and if we have a resource person here, we are more than welcome to hear from you, sir. Private vehicles used for public service. Ganito po yon. When they buy a car sa mga car dealers and they do not disclose that it is going to be for hire and they do it for leasing, financing, the interest rate is lower. However, you must disclose that it is for hire because hindi kayo namin i-register sa LTFRB. After LTFRB, we go to LTO, and then another ORCR will be issued for hire. The reason why they are not disclosing, ma'am, is because the credit risks are high, the interest rate is higher. That's why they remain private. Dapat for hire ho yung kanilang mga ORCR. So, next. Last July 26, 2017, we issued an order directing both Uber and Grab to cease application, to cease acceptance of accreditation. However, we had a hearing yesterday. Based on the official statement of Uber, they were still accepting accreditation. That was the main course of our hearing yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Eileen, for your presentation. May we ask, you have a few questions now. Uber and Grab? You can have your own, and then, so this is, the order will be like this. Grab and then Uber will present, and then the Taxi Association. Then we will begin with our questions. Grab, are you ready with your presentation? How many minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Should take around 10 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So good morning, esteemed senators, members of the committee. We thank you for giving us the time and opportunity to explain our business model and to shed some light into the phenomenon that is ride-hailing. Just a brief history, ma'am. Grab started in the Philippines in 2013 as Grab Taxi, which is a ride-hailing platform that utilized taxis with existing franchises to provide passengers with the means to more easily get a ride and drivers with better utilization of their time on the road. Since then, Grab's expanded to accommodate various types of transport services, the most popular being GrabCar, the subject of today's hearing. We started the GrabCar service in 2015. In the same year, the first policy of Southeast Asia regulating these types of services was promulgated by the then DOTC. I'll not go into this because Ma'am Eileen has already explained. One of the necessary steps in the application, as mentioned by BM Lizada, is in the activation process, is to secure a provisional authority, or CPC. On July 21, 2016, the LTFRB put a stop in accepting new applications for PAs and CPCs. And we, as Grab, admitted during the hearing on July 11, 2017, to have continued activating drivers on the platform despite the suspension order. Since the suspension, however, we've attempted a number of times to initiate dialogue with the regulators. And only now, after 11 months, we've actually sat down with them in earnest. And understandably, the nature of our highly competitive data requires us to be very careful about sharing it. But we've then since disclosed a lot of this data, both in hearings, in the technical working groups, and we will do so again today. So today we're here before the Honorable Committee to address your questions and with answers that are rooted on the data that we have, that we've collected over the last 4 years. And we hope that we'll be able to shed better light for everyone to understand ride-hailing and appreciate the benefits that this brings to the public, both to drivers and to passengers. So can we show the slide of the inverted triangle again? So this is similar to the slide presented by BM Lizada with a bit more meat around the figures, particularly on the driver side. So if you look at the top of the funnel, the first segment there shows you the drivers activated onto the platform in 2017, all the way up to July 17. In the middle, it's the weekly active drivers. So not all drivers are active at the same time. In fact, only 5 to 8,000 drivers are active on an hourly basis. So you can see from this that the notion that TNCs and TNBS have added a staggering number of cars on the road is a bit exaggerated. In fact, as mentioned by Chairperson Poe, we have not seen any study that confirms whether or not the services that we deliver have worsened the traffic situation. Another important fact to note, within this funnel, 60% of the drivers here are part-time drivers. These part-time drivers would go online during critical hours that they are needed, particularly the morning and evening peak periods, either going to work or leaving the office. It is this flexibility that emphasizes the benefits of a business like ours. And even what may seem as a high number of vehicles, the supply online is still unable to meet the demand. And thank you, BM Lizada, for pointing that out. Currently, we're only able to serve around 70% of the demand. And we can say that because we know the actual numbers that come through the platform, because these cars cannot pick up on the road. And I don't think any other mode of transport can say that, because the data, the richness of data that we have, they don't. Lawmakers and the taxi industry operators have oftentimes likened us to the traditional taxi service. I'd like to address that with 4 points. First is the fare setting mechanism. Our dynamic pricing algorithm takes in multiple variables that a simple taximeter cannot, and sets an optimal price where supply and demand would find a balance. Our standards of safety are also at the best standards in the industry, because drivers can only serve rides from the application they hold, and we can suspend drivers or passengers real time should there be any incidents reported to Grab. The drivers are also rated by passengers after trips on which action can be taken should the experience not be satisfactory. Most importantly, our back-end infrastructure. Grab's invested millions into build out our back-end infrastructure, such as training centers for our peers and drivers, a 24/7 call center, mall terminals, and a scalable system that can accommodate the growth in demand. So we're more than just an app. That's what I would like everyone to understand. The infrastructure that sits behind what you see on your phone is much richer than what people seem to understand. And of course, the investment behind the service. If we talk about foreign direct investments into the country, Grab Philippines, so Grab Inc. has invested into the Philippines tens of millions of dollars in the last 4 years. The investment has translated into, of course, higher tax revenue for the government, but also, more importantly, savings for our commuters through promos, and everyone loves promos, and to driver incentives, which resulted in up to 30% higher income for our TNVS partners versus the average average daily wage in the country. Please take note, I did not mention the app, because as I mentioned, the app were more than just a simple technology solution. We've always taken the view as Grab to work with the regulators to find the optimal balance between regulation and innovation. And it is our sincere hope that this committee would continue to pave the way for a proactive collaboration between private and private sector and the regulators, and that in the coming days and weeks we would work towards legislation that will uplift the ride-hailing industry and further strengthen the commitment to protect the welfare of passengers and drivers alike. Thank you.
Thank you for your complete and short presentation. Let me ask Uber now. Is it you, Attorney Eves?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have a presentation. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for inviting us, and to the senators, good morning, and to the other stakeholders, especially Board Member Lizada, good morning. Well, the presentation is loading, ma'am, I'd just like to address some of the concerns that Board Member Lesada brought up. So as to the matter of the supply-demand gap, both Uber and Grab currently have a gap on the availability of supply. So it's not a matter of if you cannot book an Uber, you'll just go to Grab. For example, this morning, a lot of people have been texting us that they are unable to book either on both Uber and Grab because of the rain. So the moment today the demand is higher than usual, we are both unable to fulfill the current demand. As to the difference between the 28,000 we mentioned in the hearing versus the 66,000 we submitted as a list. The 28,000 was basically around the ballpark of the active for the past month, while with the list we submitted was every single partner who took at least one trip for the past year. So of course that would be a much longer list because there might have been a person who just took one trip, but we put it in the list. As to the 83 complaints that were noted as of 2015 to 2017, I think when you're doing millions of trips every week, both Uber and Grab, 83 complaints in 3 years is not very bad at all. And we are able to resolve the other thousands of issues that possibly arose. So for example, if it's a fair dispute, if it's arrogant anything, we're able to resolve it because both Uber and Grab have our support systems in place. And finally, the most important point is that regulation shapes reality. If the regulation says that cars must be up to 3 years only upon application, the reality will be you will have more brand new cars on the road versus older cars. In Malaysia, it's up to 7 years, so the average age is 3 years. If your regulation says that only professional drivers are allowed to drive on ride sharing, then you will have professional drivers driving on ride sharing. And that excludes people like me, people like Brian, or other people who with non-professional driver's licenses who also want to share their existing car. So I'll go to the presentation. Could you scroll a bit? So in the Philippines, over 1 million Uber riders regularly take Uber rides. So this is of course over a period of 1 month. So di naman po sila sabay-sabay. Active drivers at any given point in time during the high demand hours, we only have about 7,000 to 10,000, at the most 10,000 active drivers on the road. It is very much demand responsive in that over 60% of our drivers drive part-time. So these are people who drive when they are needed the most. As to solving traffic, more than 40% of Uber trips are now on pool. It's one of the highest all over the world. This means that instead of 3 individual cars, it's just 1 car. And that over 40% of our riders surveyed last year said that they have started using their private car less. And this is the goal of Uber. We are taking on private car usage. As to efficiency, Uber cars are on a trip about 80 to 95% of the time. That means they are not wasting hours on the road just looking for passengers. And currently, we're unable to supply rides to 20 to 30% of our hourly riders, which means, next slide, over the past few months, around 200,000 people weekly are unable to book a ride. These are people who try to open the app, book a ride, and sasabihin namin, sorry, no cars available. As already mentioned, over 60% of our drivers are part-time, and this is the unique feature of ride-sharing. It is demand responsive. When you need supply, supply can go online and provide the ability to provide rides on the road. No other transportation mode has a demand responsive model, and that is very important. As to driver churn, it's part of the nature of ride sharing, not only in the Philippines, but all over the world, that a lot of drivers try out ride sharing, try it for 2 hours, try it for 1 week, and then realize it's not for me. And so driver churn is a fact of life in ride sharing, both in Uber and in Grab. Our goal in Uber, again, is to replace traditional private car ownership. When you look at EDSA, the biggest cause of traffic is private cars. I was with MMDA for 3 years monitoring CCTVs, and every day the question has always been, how do we reduce private cars? Ideas have been number coding, odd even, 2-day number coding. Our idea is let's give them a viable alternative, a reliable alternative that they will say, I don't need to bring my private car. Next slide, please. So with Uber, hopefully, if instead of 10 traditional private cars, with Uber, Next slide, please. So instead of 10 private cars, for example, with ride sharing, 5 cars, but even with Uber Pool, we can trim that down to 2 cars. So the 2.5 million cars in Metro Manila, if we all put them on ride sharing, 700, 800,000 would be enough to ferry everyone across Metro Manila. And that is a bigger impact than any number coding odd-even scheme that can be proposed. As to Uber Pool, for example, in the past year of Uber Pool, because people are taking 1 car instead of 2 to 3 cars, 6.6 million kilometers have been removed from the roads. That's equivalent to 300,000 plus liters of fuel saved, and most importantly, the reduction in carbon emissions. Again, no other mode of transportation. A private car cannot do this because private car is not, you cannot just do on-demand ride sharing with current private cars. So since the suspension of new activations, this is what happened. We have been unable, demand and supply has always been unable to meet. So if you notice, when there is holidays, so for example, in the chart, when it's Christmas break, when it's holiday break, when it's Holy Week, demand and supply both go down. So demand and supply are always intertwined. But what is happening is that demand can no longer, at the moment, never meet supply. Supply can never meet the current demand. Next slide, please. So comparing ourselves with our neighbors, so for example, in the Philippines, our vehicle age limit is 3 years old at the time of application. In Singapore, it's 10 years. In Australia, it's 8 years. In the US, it's 10 years. In Vietnam, it's 12 years. In Indonesia, it's 10 years. So of course, the average age of cars on those platforms would be much higher than the 1.5 that we have in the Philippines. Only in the Philippines, supply and pricing are aimed to be controlled by the government, while our neighbors, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, all have realize that demand and supply must be able to the market must be trusted to do its work. As to onboarding costs, for example, the Philippines has one of the highest onboarding costs, which means the higher your onboarding cost, the more hours you will have to drive on the platform para masulit mo yung onboarding cost mo. And that includes all the mayor's permits, all the DTI permits that you will need. So the Philippines is one of the highest in the world and one of the longest in time. So imagine if you just wanted to try ride sharing for just try ko lang 1 weekend. You will be discouraged because when you realize that all the onboarding cost, time and money, it's too high, only those who are who professionally want to do this will go through all of those. And that, again, is how regulation shapes reality. So our proposal to the LTFRB, plain and simply, let's simplify the process for application for a TNVS franchise. We are not against applying for a TNVS franchise. What we are against is an inefficient process for applying for a TNVS franchise because it has created the backlog that nobody is happy about, not the government, not the TNCs, not the TNVS. If the LTFRB would allow us to help them in the processing, such that we will accept all the documents, we will digitize them, we will put an online platform, and the only requirement to the LTFRB would be a certificate of accreditation from the TNC. What does the certificate of accreditation from the TNC mean? It means that we have done our background check, it means we have the documents of this partner, it means what we have done all the requirements so that this certificate of accreditation is the one thing that the LTFRB can say, you have passed because your TNC has said you have passed. And if we failed to do our obligation, then that will be the source of our accountability. Because when we say that this person is qualified, that is our guarantee that this person is qualified. So we are willing to create online systems with the LTFRB so that they can access all the data that they've been asking for and that it will be more transparent to them. Our asks, for example, says TNC already provides support. So allow us to provide the support, meaning to say, don't have hearings over 100 peso fare disputes, don't have show cause orders over technical glitches because we already invest in all the support systems and we already have this in place. And then allow the TNC, mandate the TNC to have an additional layer of insurance coverage so it's not just the TNVS but also the TNC that can provide that layer of accountability. So with that, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Eves, for your presentation. May we ask now the Taxi Association by Attorney Sontay?
Thank you, Madam Senator, honorable members of the Senate. The taxi industry has always been consistent in saying that we have nothing against Uber and Grab. We have nothing against TNVs with legal provisional authorities and CPCs. We have always believed that the market is big enough for all of us to coexist. But coexistence must be under a level playing field, where fair competition can exist. We cannot regulate one hand and deregulate the other. We cannot have laws for one sector and have not laws and do not have laws for the other. If we look at the service provided, we will realize that it is the same for both, whether it be TNVs or taxis. We both ferry passengers for a fee. That's the basic service which is a given. The only difference is that existing regulations have defined how we taxis should operate. We are required to use a taximeter and our fares are regulated. Because we abide by these rules, our ability to buy new vehicles and the ability of the drivers to earn are also limited. TNVs are not required to have taximeters. They use their algorithm. They use dynamic pricing, meaning to say their fares may vary, while we are limited to what the taximeter indicates. The use of an app does not define the service. What makes them distinct, as and it should not make them distinct, as what Mr. Brian Koo stated earlier, their entry to the Philippines was as a taxi hailing app, meaning to say taxis could also use, or passengers could also use an app to hail a taxi. So it does not really make them distinct. Now, what makes them distinct is that they could use this app to tell the passengers how much they should pay. Even if we use the app, because of existing regulations, we are limited on using the taximeter. We basically use the same vehicles. We use Nissan Sentras, Toyota Vios. So it's basically the same vehicles. What makes us distinct is regulations. We are required to put markings on the vehicles while they are not. And the result of this is, it may make their vehicles look cleaner dahil walang nakasulat. Kami required kami maglagay ng aircon sa pinto, na aircon na marking sa pinto, kahit na lahat ng auto di aircon na. Required kaming isulat sa body ng katawan, sa loob at sa labas, yung plate number ng auto, kahit na may plate number na sa harap at sa likod. Minsan yung pasahero nag-iisip whether babasahin nila yung taxi o sasakyan dahil sa daming nakasulat. So, we would like to acknowledge that there may be some complaints about the service that we give. Maaaring sabihin ng iba, may mga lumang taxi, while hindi naman lahat. But we have to look at the reason why may mga nalulumang taxi. We are required to purchase the vehicle, to own the vehicle. All the taxi operators are required to own it. Senator Bam knows this very well because he's an advocate of Go Negosyo. We need to have an ROI on our investment before we could change the vehicle. Our ability to change the vehicle to new ones is limited by the taxi fare. And taxi fare in the Philippines has been kept very low. We actually have the lowest taxi fare in all of Asia. Our taxi fare is 8 years old. So you could just imagine. Cost of living has shot up. Inflation has shot up. Minimum wage has gone up. But taxi fare has remained the same for the past 8 years. This has made it more difficult for taxi operators to put in newer vehicles. This has made it more difficult for taxi drivers to earn a living. And we all know that as with any normal person, income has a direct connection to individual behavior and action. Diba? Pag wala kang pera, mas bugnutin ka, mas mabalis kang mainis. Pag maliit yung kinikita mo, naghahanap ka ng paraan to augment it. You know, I'm not justifying the actions of some of the taxi drivers. What I'm saying is the reality that exists. May mga taxi driver na makikita tayo na magsasabi, pwede bang magpadagdag ng 50 sa metro? Dahil alam niyo ho, pagka ang pasahero magpapahatid sa lugar na matraffic, malulugi yung driver. Just imagine, going to the Senate, I left my house 8:20. I live in Quezon City. It took me 1 hour and 40 minutes to get here. If a taxi driver is stuck in traffic for 1 hour, the meter would only earn him 75 pesos. Because ang waiting time ho namin is 350 for every 2 minutes. So 75 pesos. A driver who pays a boundary, a rent on the vehicle at 1.2 would need 60 pesos an hour just to make for the boundary. So this is the reason why may mga taxi driver tumatanggi na maghatid, lalo na pag matraffic. This is also the reason why may mga taxi driver na nagpapahatid. As I mentioned, I'm not justifying it. I'm saying the real reason why it's done. This is also similar to the rationale of surge pricing. They're trying to incentivize drivers para pag traffic, para pag may high demand, pupunta yung auto nila sa pasahero. If they do not do it, hindi susunduin din ng mga sasakyan nila yung pasahero.
Attorney Suntay, siguro part of your presentation, why don't you tell us what the LTFRB or the government can do to help the taxi drivers? As you said, there was a price freeze for 8 years. So maybe there's a start there, or maybe a suggestion on the flag down rate, elimination. I don't know. Please
Yes.
suggest also what we can do.
Madam Senator, thank you very much. We have submitted our petition for fare increase. But in the Philippines, we are very distinct. There is a need to file a petition before fares could be considered, before any increase or decrease of fares could be considered. In other countries, it's also dynamic. So when inflation goes up, then automatic there's a review on existing taxi fares. But because increasing fares is very unpopular, this is seldom done. And I think this is the reason why LTFRB finds it difficult to increase fares, because it's very unpopular to do.
It's politicized. So what would you suggest? Aside from a quick review, would it be a review itself of the flag down policy?
Yes, Madam Senator, maybe we could suggest that there be an automatic review of taxi fares, for example, every 2 years, whether there is a petition filed or not.
Okay na kayo doon? Basta kunyari, every 2 years, there's a review, and then they see enough cost, for example, inflation, then they allow you the increase according to inflation and demand. You would be okay with that, and also Uber and Grab's continued determination of their prices?
Yes, Madam Senator. And as what Grab and Uber are asking, they're asking for faster processing. We would also like the same, because we apply for a franchise. Our vehicles cannot be on the street unless a franchise is granted. We follow what is required of us. If we put an unfranchised vehicle, even if there's a pending application on the street, that's called the colorum, and we are fined 120,000 for it.
Ilan ba yung, for example, for every franchise, taxi franchise, how many cars and drivers can you have?
Madam Senator, it depends, because a franchise could have as little as one unit, or maybe 100 or 200 unit in one franchise. Now, some operators chooses to keep the number of units per franchise low, because existing policies of LTFRB, in case accidents happen, all the units in a franchise are suspended, not just one. For example, if I have 100 units in one franchise, and one of my unit gets into, for example, an accident, like what happens in buses, I may run the risk of having the entire 199 others suspended because of the violation of one unit.
Aside from a regular review of your fares and a speedy processing of the review and your applications, what else can you suggest? So we're trying to help also the taxi sector and especially your drivers. What else?
Madam Chair, if I may, can I just give one input in
Yeah, go
relation
ahead, Senator
to
Joel.
what you're saying, Senator Lovey, I mean Senator Grace. Uh, yeah. Well, it struck me when you made mention about leveling the playing field. Senator JV and I were talking, it's like playing a game of sports na may regulation yung isa wala. Yung isa nilagyan ng turbo, nilagyan ng pampataas ng talon yung sapatos, nakaka-dunk, yung isa wala. We wanted to know, you know, how we could be of help. But because at the end of the day, we wanted to find solutions here. For example, if a taxi driver, and this is a true story, I've heard this not too long ago, a taxi driver's been a taxi driver for 10, 15 years. Nakaipon ho siya, nakabili siya ng unit, bought a franchise, one franchise, and paid about 250, I think, or 260,000 pesos for that franchise. One unit, one taxi, one unit. Now, here comes Uber and Grab, sasabihin nila, 5,000, 10,000 lang binayad. Pareho sila ng karapatan. Pareho sila ng rights. Is that accurate? And now, the question was being raised, binabanggit ng ating chairperson, what do you propose? How do we level the playing field?
Now, as I mentioned, if we look at the essence of what we're doing, the real business is ferrying passengers. So, for example, we are required to have we are required to use special plates and have markings to identify us. Maybe we should also require them to identify themselves. Or we would also agree, if they don't want to have markings on their vehicles, can we ask for the same thing?
That's the thing, Madam Chair, no? Kasi kunyari, ako magde-date ako, malaki yung marking ko, parang medyo ayoko yata yung may malaking marking. Magde-date ako, magpapahatid ako doon sa mas malayo. Sa kanto na lang, dyan na lang ako bababa. Pero kung naka-Uber ako, doon ako sa tapat ako
Opa.
Oo.
Yun nga ho yung sinasabi
diba?
ko why
Kaya nga,
hindi ho patas.
because of that, you'd say hindi level ang playing field. But on the other end, these are private drivers, private vehicles. In fact, klaro kanina yung naitutulong ng Uber at Grab sa traffic situation natin. Klaro yung nagagawa niya na hindi nagagawa ng gobyerno para mag-provide ng public transportation. So again, how do we really strike a balance here?
Actually, I think we better finish our presentations. Attorney Suntay, you still have more before we
Yes.
begin? Because this is what I plan to do. So we have the major presentations already. We'll allow it in accordance to who arrived first. So the Vice Chair arrived first, and then we'll go on. But we'd also like to hear from a taxi driver. Yung taxi driver, ano pong apelido nyo?
Caligya po.
Alegria?
Caligya po, ma'am.
Alidia, Mr. Gregorio, maraming salamat po sa inyong sorry, hindi ko po mabasa, dikit-dikit na yun. Tapos, gusto rin natin makarinig sa pasahero ng Uber at Grab. Kasi, mas okay din madinig natin yung iba't iba. Tapos, yung eksperto, kung dito sa ating mga kasada. So, pakitapos na po. Tapos, si Senator JV naman.
Yes, just to wrap up, ma'am. As I mentioned, we could coexist. There are enough passengers for everyone. But the essence of ride sharing initially, even in the States, is that it should be owner driven. But sadly, in the Philippines, that is not happening. TNVS here is operated exactly like a taxi, without the regulations imposed on the taxi. That's the reality of it. There are fleet operators of TNVS. It's a way of circumventing. It's a backdoor towards a taxi operation with minimal regulation, with minimal fees to pay. That's the reality.
Meron bang nakaregister sa Uber or sa Grab na more than 3 vehicles na nakaregister? Let's say they have a fleet. Consider the fleet. You
Yes,
have?
ma'am. Meron po.
Ano yung pinakamarami?
There's someone, I think, with 70 cars. In fact, some taxi operators have shifted their fleets to Grab or I'm sure even Uber.
Eh, kayo naman, tinanggap nyo, di ba? It goes
Sa
against
DO po, wala pong regulation na...
exactly. So now this is what we're going to be looking at. Okay. Attorney?
So, ma'am, to finish, the only effect that the existence of the TNVs had on us is that they took drivers away from us, not passengers. There are still a lot of passengers out there, but because some of the TNVs are operated like taxis, we lost a lot of drivers. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's also like market demand, but of course it has to be a level playing field. I understand. Okay, so now let us begin with our round of questions with Senator JV starting.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to ask, probably LTFRB, you're in the hot seat right now. Kayo po ang nakatanggap ng halos lahat ng lahat ng bashing, lahat ng pangungutya ay sa inyo na in the past few weeks, no? But can you just give us, Madam Attorney Lisada, what really happened, no? Is it because of the absence of a legal framework or a policy? That is why LTFRB was not able to act on the cases of Uber and Grab since 2015. Kasi kayo, inabutan nyo na lang po ito eh. No? 2014 sila nagsimula, 2015. That's 2 years already. So was it the absence of a framework? That's why LTFRB was not able to act on it? Ma'am?
When we assumed our office, there were 3 memoranda already in place. Somehow it appears that the enforcement of the MCs have not been regularly done. Now that we are enforcing the MCs that are in place, it appears that it is their first time to feel the level of regulation on the part of the TNVS and level of regulation on the part of the TNCs. Why do I say this? For the TNCs, one of their conditions is that for the terms and accreditation nila, only those with franchise may book rides. That is in their terms and conditions. Their drivers must be wearing IDs. Their trade dress must be displayed whenever they are online. These are some of their violations. These are in place. As for the TNVS, they have to attend to their hearings. With all due respect to what Yves said, the issuance of franchise is a delegated authority given by Congress to us. We cannot delegate it to them. Otherwise, we will be in hot seat against the Congress. We cannot do that. We will not allow as well that they be allowed to just accredit and kami na ho ang we will just bow down to what they want. No, we are the regulatory body. As long as we are here, we will definitely regulate based on terms and conditions. Going back, sir, the TNVS, whenever may hearing, you have to at least submit yourself to hearing, give your OR and CR. All of these applications that we have dismissed, kulang ho ang requirements. Why? Because most of them paid Grab and Uber a processing fee. For Grab, 5,006, for Uber, 6,000 pesos per application to a third party, as they say, to appear before us. But when they appeared, if ever they appeared, all the requirements are not in place. That's why dismiss yung mga cases nila. So now we want to say, just attend to your cases. We just want you to comply. That is what we are that is what we are saying here. We want you to comply with the law. The way we want the taxis, the jeepneys, the buses to comply. We cannot bend so far to accommodate you.
Since 2015, I know it's not your time yet, no? Since 2014-15, they have been operating already. Like I said, baka nga ho, sa dahilang wala ho kayong basihan, wala pang polisiya noon tungkol sa ride-sharing, posible kaya ng LTFRB noon ay hindi alam ang gagawin. Kaya tumambak ng tumambak yung application.
Sir, alam ho nila, it's in their business design what ride sharing is all about. They submitted their documents. Yes, sir, going back to the accreditation documents, hindi ho kami ang nagwala ng documents. When we arrived, we wanted to know and understand them. When we look for the documents, wala na ho yung documents nila. It's not us.
Yes, ma'am. Yung, anong ko lang din ho, to Uber and Grab, no? To do sa mga ano, anybody can answer, you have. Anyway, the way I understand it, the business model is yun nga, ride sharing, no? You when you came into business, ganun talaga, driver, owner driven, then using the apps. Just a simple question, do you agree that you need to get a franchise? Both, siguro Uber first and then Grab. Do you agree that you need to get a franchise?
On the part of Uber, we agree that our TNVS partners would need to get a franchise. The TNC itself should not, because the TNC itself is not engaging in the actual transportation of a person. So our TNVS.
Yes, Grab, please.
Yes,
Your position.
yes, Mr. Chairman. For Grab, we are open to both either the TNVS acquiring the franchise or the TNC being imbued with the being given a congressional franchise if needed. We will abide, in other words.
But do you agree that you are taking in public, you're functioning as a public transportation, and as such, you need to be regulated?
We agree, we agree, Mr. Chairman, that we are open to regulation, of course, no. But as the case may be right now, the owners of the transportation of the vehicles of the common carriers are the TNVS, not the TNC.
Yes, but because there were instances, no, I just hope you can also answer this, that, I don't know, may narinig ako, no, na siguro nung hindi pa alam ng LTFRB ang gagawin, nung sinisitang, ang Grab and Uber, ang sabi, there are instances that you said that you cannot be, you cannot be accosted by LTFRB because you are a private, and we are private vehicles. May ganun pangyayari na hindi kayo pwedeng mapasa ilalim, hindi pwede kayong masita ng LTFRB sa dahilang pribado nga ang inyong character. Pakiano na lang, was there an instance, Uber and Grab?
On the part of Uber, we have always manifested to the government that we are not adverse to regulations. We are in almost every country, in every country we operate in, we are okay with regulations. But the only thing we are asking for is the right regulations, the right processes. We cannot impose 1900s regulations when the internet was not invented. There was no GPS, there was no smartphone, there was no concept of ride sharing. We cannot impose 1900s regulation on today's technological innovation. So the only thing we're asking for is the right regulations that look after the best interest of the riding public.
Anyway, also, don't get us wrong, though. In fact, we really we welcome technology. We welcome the apps because it's a good. It's for the convenience of our riding public. In fact, I just like to share with my colleagues. No? Minsan, nagmumotor po ako, naplatano ako. Nakasakay po ako ng Uber. Yung friend ko may application, wala ako eh. And I was so happy. I was so happy. What a great experience. Napakabait nung driver. Napakagalang, disente, maayos. Hinatid ako hanggang bahay. No? Hindi nga ako nagbayad kasi wala akong app eh. Yung kaibigan ko pang nalibre pa. And sabi sa akin, nakakatawa, nag-selfie pa. Ito sa good, ano. We share the position that any application is very welcome, no? Especially with the current state of our public transport. But on the other hand, I have said also that we have heard the plight of the taxi operators, but it's also a good your entry should be a welcome, should be a wake-up call for the taxi operators also to shape up. But we now understand their predicaments, no? Ang tanong ko lang ho, after ho, siguro sa LTFRB, after ho yung ating pong meeting, no, initial, no, para nga ma-avert yung problema ninyo, Uber and Grab agreed to file a motion for reconsideration so that their services will not be terminated. Ano na ho ang status ko? Were they able to comply?
They filed their respective MRs, and we issued an order submitting the case for resolution. So the board will be deliberating now. However, as we are deliberating, a parallel move is the technical working group because we want to see a solution at the end of this. We are hitting a target by more or less September, the latest month, where we will be able to come up with a number of TNVS to be allocated to Uber and to Grab, sir.
At as of the moment, Madam, ilan po ang nakarehistro? Ilan po ang may provisional authority within Uber and Grab? Yung tamang numero po, yung ayon base sa inyo pong records.
Those with PAs and CPCs, 3,999. For processing, we spoke to Uber and Grab. Instead of dismissing those with lacking requirements and those with pending MRs amounting to 10,241, we told them assist your clients and we will process them and we will not dismiss as long as they you make them comply. These are those were filed before the suspension, sir. So you will see around an estimate of 14,000 additional 10,241 plus the 3,999, sir.
No po para yung dati po, no, bago ho kayo pumasok, 2015.
Yes,
no?
sir.
Pag meron hong provisional authority, pwede na hong bumiyahe ang Uber and Grab. Tama ho ba?
Yes, sir. Good
So,
for 45 days, sir.
Noong panahon na yon, nakailan po ang LTFRB? Ilan po ang nai-issue nyo pong provisional authority? Bago ho kayo nag-assume noong 2016, before the moratorium or before your order to stop applications?
An estimate of 28,000, sir. PAs.
28,000 at the time, bago
Yes,
ho
sir.
kayo mag-order.
This was, sir, this was in a span, we figured out the period and more or less 100 PAs were being produced daily.
100 PAs,
Yes, sir.
2015. 100 applications every day.
Yes, sir.
So as of the moment, after you have issued, if I got it right, no, you the LTFRB issued a memorandum, ano yung stopping the applications, no?
Suspending processing of TNVS on our end, sir. July 2016.
So nasaan ho ang numero nun? Mga ilan po nun nung nagkaroon kayo ng order?
30,113 applications covering 32,000 units, sir.
Both Uber and Grab na po
Yes,
yan.
sir.
I'd just like to ask Uber and Grab, I hope you'll be honest. So, when that order of LTFRB was issued, suspending applications, and you, umamin naman kayo, no, na you still accepted, ilan na ho ba talaga yung present number, no, so that the committee will have an idea more or less, at least on how many are active and operating as of the moment, in spite of the suspension given by the LTFRB.
And to add to that question also, Senator JV, is it true that after the new order of not allowing you to accept more applications, nagdagdag pa kayo since July 2017? Is that true? So answer the questions, please.
So, Madam Chairman, on behalf of Uber, so we had a hearing yesterday to discuss regarding this matter because as for the record, as of July 19, we already stopped new activations, meaning to say, yung nag-sign up ka, hindi ka na makakapag-drive if hindi ka umabot sa July 19. The allegations of the LTFRB yesterday from the hearing is that they were able to add new vehicles to their account on the Uber platform and basically say that they were able to activate those. What we are saying is those, if that transpired, they were not able to take a trip, which is what the order is supposed to say. No more adding vehicles, and they were not able to take a trip. So kung napasok man siya sa system, ma'am, hindi siya makakapag-take ng trip, which is what we understood to be what the order meant, meaning to say wala na tayong dadagdag na makakapag-trip. So we're still gonna file, the LTFRB board gave us until Monday to file our legal answer to the show cause order, and we will file that, ma'am.
No, but are you accepting applications for, I guess, interested parties? Kunyari ako, gusto ko mag-apply ngayon ng Uber franchise or Uber service, tinatanggap niyo pa rin yung application ko.
As As of July 19, ma'am, wala na pong activations. As of yesterday, ma'am, we announced already that after the clarification with the LTFRB na walang-wala ng even applications.
And so not even applications.
Yes, ma'am, because we clarified that with the LTFRB yesterday at the hearing.
Okay. So I understand kasi we don't want to give false hopes also to our applicants. So, baka biglang, naka-apply na ako, so may sasakyan na ako. So malinaw yon. Wag rin kayong mga tanggap ngayon habang dinidinig ito ng application.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before we go to you, Dr. Cal, yung may tanong si Senator JV na
Yes.
nasagot na ba?
Sa
Grab.
Sa Grab po, I would like to give way. I think BM Lizada wants to say something.
As Attorney Lizada.
I would just like to clarify what Attorney Eves mentioned. Uber gave a statement, and in its statement, it said, part of its statement, applications for vehicles are being accepted but not processed. This was 2 days ago. But the order of LTFRB dated July 26 states that they were directed not to accept. That's why we directed our technical division to check both TNCs. Grab is not accepting. But, Madam Chair, you must, and all of you should know, there is a link that the operators of Uber have in the confines of their room, which our enforcers did. One LTFRB car is now in their system. We were able to activate last Friday and 2 cars during the weekend. They have a link. You tap on the link, the email will come out. You enter the email, you ask for the password. We were able to get a password. And then there is a profile. You tap the profile and there is a vehicle. You tap the vehicle, add vehicle. You may add your vehicle. Picture the ORCR, submit. And then the plate number comes out, and then it says, documents being processed, documents being reviewed, pending process. And then in a span of 45 minutes, from the time we uploaded the vehicle, active. And during the hearing, before I confronted their lawyers, I said, what does define? Media was there, they were there. Define what active means to their lawyer. An active account says you may book a ride.
Ganon. Attorney Eves.
So, in response to that, ma'am, so the system allowed it to be accepted, but that person will not be able to take a trip. That person will not be able to go online.
How can it be accepted and the person will not be allowed to take a trip?
Ma'am, ibig sabihin lang po nun, na-upload na yung mga files and nasa system na po siya. Pero yun nga po, ang tinanong po namin is nakapag-trip po ba? Kasi yun po yung pinigilan namin. Yun po yung first na pinrioritize po namin.
I understand, Attorney Eves, but okay, see, this also shows a different aspect of what you are presenting. Maybe they're not able to take a trip, but how about the driver's welfare, the one applying? He's given false hopes also. Na parang so paano ngayon yan? Did this happen after supposedly you already agreed that you're not going to take applications? Kailan ba na-clarify yung para sa inyo? I mean,
Kahapon
I know,
po, nagkaroon po ng hearing
so kahapon lang.
Opo.
Kailan itong activation na to, ma'am? 2 days ago.
Friday, Thursday, and Saturday.
So it wasn't yesterday. But here's what I'm saying. Mahirap din naman kasi paniwalaan, no? Dahil matatalino rin naman kayo dyan, kaya nga successful yung business nyo na don't tell me that you don't understand what you cannot take applications mean. Obviously, you understand that. So there's a way around it. Again, we have to adapt, okay? Because they're very sharp. They'll just skirt around the regulations that we have. We have to be very clear about what our regulations are. Attorney.
The question now for LTFRB and for government is this. What kind of review do you have in your system? Because it appears it's just computerized. So hindi ba nila nakita na LTFRB ang registration? Kung tao yan, ma'am, hold na dapat yung registration. Uploaded, active na yung kotse ng LTFRB. It's in their system.
Okay, so you obviously divulged a flaw there. Okay, Senator JV.
Again, going back to, Attorney Lizada, considering that you have about 20, 30 or 40,000 pending applications as of the moment, gaano kaya katagal matatapos yun o mauubos? Kasi it's part of this It's a part of this whole buruahas, lahat ng gulo Ang sinasabi ng TNVs, ang TNCs, dahil daw ho sa tagal ng processing ng LTFRB. So, ano po yung estimate nyo? How long will it take you to finish all the applications?
Senator, I just like to put it in context because they're the ones processing. So if a driver submits to them their requirements, let's sample May, I don't know how long will they submit it to us. Let's say August. Siyempre, ang tatak ng LTFRB August, but the driver thinks May, June, July, August. Wala na ho yung months na yon. And by the time it reaches us, TD, Technical Division, will check requirements. Kung kulang, dismiss. Kung okay, hearing. But who attends the hearing? Nobody attends the hearing. Where are the TNVS? So it's really not on our end. It's the TNVS who must be taking care of their respective applications. This is 10,241. We already have a one-stop shop. We told them we are fast-tracking everything because we want to find the solution to all of this.
But I think it should begin with this. What is your threshold? How many will you be able to accept on the roads? So before we go to are you wrapping up? One last question, then I think we need to talk to transport engineer very quickly because there are also others. Senator JV.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just reserve the other questions as we go along, Madam. I'd just like to ask the taxi operators. So, as we are now crafting this law, because wala nga ho tayong legal framework and policy regarding TNVs, and that's what we are working on right now because this is something new. And again, we just want to be clear that we welcome technology. We welcome anything that would improve and be convenient. Any transport that will be convenient to the public. No? But regarding how to level the playing field, that was touched earlier. No, are the taxi operators also willing to level up, improve, having applications of your own, so that at least you can compete, no, with the current TNVs?
Yes, Mr. Senator. As I mentioned earlier, and Mr. Brian Koo would admit to this, their entry to the Philippines was two taxi operators. Ang una nilapitan nila para maggumamit ng app nila were taxi operators. But sadly, ang nangyari nun, when they saw the model of Uber, na it was more lucrative to book rides using private vehicles, minigrate yung passengers because by using taxis, it was just a portion of the booking fee, which was 20 pesos at the time. They're charged, if you use private vehicles, it's 20 to 25% of the gross fare. So, of course, mas maganda pag private vehicles and unlimited because hindi kailangan ng franchise. But we were the first one to use the hailing app. And in fact, we're preparing one. It took us a long time to find a partner. Because ayaw namin mangyari yung nangyari when we partnered with Grab na biglang akala namin exclusive taxi hailing app, yun pala sama kayo ng private vehicle. Sabi nga namin, we're at a disadvantage pagka ganyan. So we found a partner. In 2 months' time, we will have a taxi booking app exclusively for taxis nationwide.
Tanong ko lang, Attorney Suntay, ang mga taxi units sa mga regular taxis, kung wala kayong provisional authority o kahit anong papeles, ang inyo bang mga units ay pwede bumiyahe?
Hindi ho. Kagaya nga ito. A good example, Mr. Senator, Your Honors. Meron akong lumang taxi. Gusto ko palitan ng bago, which is beneficial to the riding public. I need to file a petition for dropping and substitution. But ang requirement is, bilhin ko muna yung auto. So kagaya ko ngayon, I have 20 vehicles na awaiting for the order allowing me to transfer the existing franchise to the new vehicle.
So, Attorney, kung wala pa yung case hanggat hindi lumalabas,
hindi ko pwedeng biyahin.
So, gano'ng katagal sila nagdedesisyon bago kayo makakuha ng
it varies because normally, of yung workload nila. 2, minsan umabot 4 months.
Oh, okay. So remember, let's keep this in mind. Uber and Grab, of course, it's technology driven. They're also offering the LTFRB help, but of course, we need to be able to vet this. That it won't be also disadvantageous to other modes of transportation. Okay, now we will go with our sequence of questioning. Each
Madam Chair, last
senator-
point, if you don't, wag ko ng ano, yung ano, kasi yung Uber and Grab, no, yung ride sharing, to, dapat kasi driver owner ang nagde-drive ng ano. Ang tanong ko lang naman, Madam Chair, before we go on, kasi baka makalimutan, ano yung acceptable sa inyo? Kasi is 2 or 3, is that already a fleet? Is that considered? Kasi pag 3, 4, kanina was tanong po ng chairperson natin, merong 70. So that is already a fleet, Madam Chair. No, that is already taxi operation. So what do you think what would be acceptable for both companies? Is it 5? Is 3? 2?
Honorable Senator, I think we need to move away from the term ride sharing. Ride sharing is now just part of the overall ride hailing business. Technology has allowed
You're precisely enjoying this privilege because it's supposed to be ride sharing. That's why I understand the market adapts. We need to adapt. But so you're saying now na baka kayo tumanggap more than a number of fleets. So parang, diba? So the certain privileges you're enjoying will have to be balanced also with the others. So, I see your point, but let's discuss this further because I think you're just incriminating yourself. Attorney Eves.
On the part of Uber, ma'am, what we have seen is para pong similar to electricity, you need your base supply. And these are your more full-time drivers. And some of them would be drivers, meaning to say professional drivers talaga. And then you need your dynamic supply, similar to electricity. When you have spikes in demand, you need dynamic supply to be able to reach it. And this is usually those people who are cameramen, who are staffers. These are the people who, before or after work, are able to augment their income. And so this is yung ride sharing in the purest sense of the word. But it's also important we have the base supply so that alam na natin na may demand tayong ganito, we're able to supply to that demand.
Because we're also working on the premise that there is a demand that's being unmet. That's why all of you are emboldened to accept fleet applications because of this. But okay, there are many questions, so each senator will be given 5 minutes to ask the question. That does not include the answers. I'm sorry, the vice chair had the privilege to ask a little longer, but we have 5 minutes and we can go another round. But we would like to hear as much from our resource person. So we have Senator Bam.
Alright, maraming salamat, Madam Chairperson. Yung hinahanap po natin dito, fairness. No? Fairness for the taxi operators, fairness for our TNCs, but most importantly, fairness for the riding public. Yun ho yung pinaka-importante dito. And, today, it's interesting na magkabilang dulo po yung upo ng ating TNCs tsaka taxi operators. It's really, these are problems we didn't have 5 years ago. No? Kasi wala pa naman yung ganitong klaseng technology 5 or 10 years ago. And nandito na ang modern economy, sharing economy, kumakatok na sa ating lipunan. And we're at a crossroads, no, to try to determine how will we go forward. Now, imbis siguro na ipilit natin na yung mga modern technologies and advancements, ipako natin sa mga makalumang proseso, the key really, I think, is to allow our taxi operators to also evolve. At sabi nga ni Attorney Bong, maraming mga provision na nakatali yung kanilang kamay. Kaya hindi sila nagiging competitive. I think that's one of the basic problems. No? Yung focus ko kasi is anong dapat i-limit sa mga TNCs, baka po pwede rin natin tanungin ano yung kailangan i-unlock sa ating taxi operator para mas maging madali rin yung kanilang paraan. Because I do agree, at the end of the day, pareho yung service na binibigay ninyo. No? Huwag tayong magbulahan. It's the same. No? However, a sharing economy, and I look more at the owner-driven vehicles na pwedeng gamitin on off hours to augment our traffic problems or to augment the problems of our riding public. Maganda rin yan kasi maraming natutulungan yan. Pero pagdating sa 20 na yung sasakyan mo, 50 na yung sasakyan mo, then you should already be at par, no, with our taxi operators kasi hindi naman fair yon na sa isang banda walang regulasyon, yung kabila meron, no? So let me begin with some basic questions first. Kanina po, Attorney Lizada, you presented yung dami ng TNC vehicles per hour, which is about 12,000, no? Just pegging it at 12,000 dun sa ating presentation kanina. So every hour there are 12,000 cars na naka-register sa ating TNCs on the road. Tama po.
It's the demand, sir. 12,000 to 15,000 demand,
Yung
sir.
demand, but
Per
only
hour, sir.
about how many are actually on the road?
7 to 9,000,
Okay.
sir.
Well, let's say 8,000. Ilan po yung taxi on the road per hour?
24/7, sir, sila dapat public utility vehicle. We have
Kasi we want to compare kung gaano ho kalaki yung mga grupo po dito, no?
for Metro Manila, it is 29,000.
All right. So roughly 29,000 taxis, and then we have about 7 to 9,000 TNCs. No, most naman are in Metro Manila, if I'm not mistaken. Although meron na rin
At
ata
any
sa
given time, sir.
at any given time. Okay. Nakaka-experience po yung ating TNCs na hindi nila natutugunan yung demand, no? Is that the same for the taxis also? Na kulang pa rin yung number of taxis on the road?
Actually, hindi ho talaga totoong kulang yung auto. Because of traffic, there are, for example, sa taxi, madaming taxi on the road. But of course, it makes it difficult for the drivers to go to the passengers because naipit ka sa traffic. It's the same case with the TNVS. Meron silang mga auto on the road, but of course, kung nasa Cubao ako, nasa Green Meadows yung magpapasundo, it takes some time to be there.
No, my question is, do you agree na kulang yung mga sasakyan on the road na pwede mag-service sa riding public?
It is enough.
It is enough.
It is enough.
So, I think yun palang medyo malaking pagkakaiba na yan, eh, no? Regarding the number of cars on the road. No?
Yes, Your Honor, but we have to understand, the TNCs would want more vehicles on their platform because the more vehicles on their platform, the more sources of the 20 to 25% of gross fare. Di ba? Pero we also have, on the side of, for example, taxis, we also have to consider yung route measure capacity, the capacity of the road to absorb the number of vehicle, the capacity of the drivers to earn, dahil parang tricycle lang ho sa barangay yan. You cannot flood one barangay with so many tricycles dahil wala nang kikitain yung operator driver.
Okay. So I'm just pointing out na that in itself is already a big difference in appreciation, no? Yung demand na kinakailangan. And LTFRB must be able to tell scientifically kung ano talaga yung demand. Because kung oversupply naman tayo ng sasakyan, traffic yun, no? And it's bad for business for everybody, no? But if you notice, magkaiba na kaagad ho yung kanilang appreciation ng demand ng riding public. Yes, attorney.
Both TNCs would like a higher number in the upper level of the funnel. But on the part of LTFRB, we want to see more full-time, more part-time in the middle because they're right down there, 7 to 9. We want them in the middle. That's why we are studying the option to put certain number of hours minimum for 1 week. For at least when we give a franchise, you know that you will somehow be on the road at X number of hours.
Well, okay, going back to the franchise, no, and this is something na pinag-aaralan na rin. Yung franchise concept kasi, sa totoo lang ho, some countries are doing away with the franchise concept already. And not just for this sector, kahit sa telco, pinag-uusapan na rin yan eh, in the Public Service Committee in this committee, no? Na itong mga prangkisa, it's really a control mechanism ng Kongreso, ng Senado, ng mga ahensya, which is really prone to corruption, to be frank, no? Magkano ho ba yung franchise ng, kunyari, kukuha po ako ng taxi, isang taxi, magkano po yung franchise na yun?
Sir, there is no amount for franchise. What we charge, LTFRB charges, is 510 pesos admin cost plus 10 pesos research fee. It's a total of 520 because we keep on saying franchise is a privilege. That's why, as early as August 13, 2016, we stopped the selling of franchises attached to the units. Yun ang pinagkakakitaan ng mga tao.
Okay. So, we're clear na binabago ho natin yung patakaran na yan because in the past, talagang nagiging source of corruption po yan. You agree, no, Attorney
Admitted,
Lizada?
sir. Admitted.
Yung kwento ho ni Senator Joel, 260,000 yung binayad na I'm assuming that's not a legal Hindi yun yung legal na bayad. Oh, binili, in quotation marks, no? So, isa ho kasi ang rason kung bakit hindi fair yung nangyayari, no? Now, ngayon po, sa mga TNVS ho natin, magkano
Sir.
po yung charge na franchise?
The same, sir. 510 plus 10.
Okay. In truth, maybe I can ask Attorney Suntay here, meron pa rin po bang bilihan ng franchise?
Sa taxi ho, wala na ho. In fact, wala sa taxing bumibili because it's easier to operate an Uber Grab. You don't have any regulation.
Right
You
now,
don't need any franchise.
right now, but say in 2013 or 2012, magkano ho yung market ng mga franchise?
Nung 2012 ho, because there was an existing moratorium, some operators who would want to opt out, binebenta nila, and you could buy a franchise for 80,000, 100,000. But
Is that legal?
valid?
Legal ba yun, Attorney Bong?
Well, you need to buy the vehicle and the franchise.
Legal po ba yun, Attorney
Hindi
Lizada?
pwede
Kung
yung
ibenta
franchise
yung
lang.
franchise sa sa black market?
No, sir.
Hindi yun legal, no?
Hindi, sir. At saka, if you want the going rate, buses, sir, dati 300 to 500,000 one unit. Taxis, 200 to 250,000. UV Express, 60 to 80,000 po.
Alright.
Ganun ho yung going rate.
Going rate meaning going rate na illegal. Tama ho?
Yes, sir.
Or black market?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yung pagkakaroon po ng TNVS and TNCs, actually, na naging patas bigla yung prangkisa na yan, no? Kasi suddenly, pwede ka mag-operate, although you have issues with it, pwede ka mag-operate na hindi ka nagbabayad ng ganyang kalaking prangkisa sa black market. Tama po?
Yes, sir. As they are not covered by the moratorium.
Alright. So, itong prangkisa mismo, the franchise concept, na kailangan mo mag-apply ng franchise, if it can be kept at 520 pesos and limited ng LTFRB because of the demand on the road, no? A proper understanding kung ano talaga yung kailangan sa ating mga kalsada, if that's implemented properly, we really wouldn't have a problem. Tama ho?
Yes, sir.
Alright. But currently, do we see that it's being implemented properly?
We see a lot of fixers crafting fake decisions. We see a lot of operators with fake decisions. And we took out 8 regional directors. So these 8 regional directors on board are seeing all of this, sir.
Alright. So, in short, hindi lang yung mga issues ho kasi natin dito, go deeper, no?
Yes, sir.
It goes deeper than just allowing our TNCs, TNVS, allowing for our taxi operators. Marami pong mga ibang issue na kailangan nahahalungkat, kailangan ayusin para maayos po yung problemang ito. Tama po, Attorney Lizada?
Tama po, sir.
Alright. Yes, sir. Nagtaso kayo ng kamay. Mr. Artus.
Yes po. Good morning po. Mga senators, mga kagalang-galang senators. May I just read po yung mga notes ko?
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm limited kasi yung oras ko.
Okay.
Kung pwede niyo pong bilisan, then maybe the chairman can call you later.
Yes po. Tungkol lang po sa sa franchise kasi meron po kaming nag-aalala po kami bilang ako po ay isang ordinaryong Grab peer. Yung pong omnibus code omnibus guidelines na nakalagay po kasi doon, nabasa ko na bago kami mabigyan ng prangkisa, dapat po ay meron kaming 10 units.
May ganun ho ba, Attorney
Meron
Lizada?
po, in-issue po ng in-issue po ng DOTR.
Sir, what denomination ho kayo?
Sa Grab po.
Grab driver.
Grab po, TNVS po.
TNVS. Sir, ma'am, the thrust of government is consolidation of the industry. So, ayaw namin ng isa-isang may prangkisa. At least ganito, meron kayong isang franchise. So, not isa-isa.
Let me suggest, Mr. Artus, pasensya na po kasi nawawalan ko ng oras, but we can get back to that, no? What about, kung owner-driven ka, ikaw talaga may-ari ng sasakyan mo, yung regulations for you, mas madali. Because you are sharing your own private property. And I think yun yung spirit talaga ng ride sharing.
Yes.
No? And then, kung marami ka ng sasakyan, then you fall under the regulations na siguro masabi ho nating mas masinsin ng konti kasi negosyo mo na talaga yon, no? In short, we can allow for ride sharing to happen, which will decrease our traffic, which will allow for more options during rush hour. Pero gawin ho nating mas madali. Baka pwedeng non-pro, pwedeng privately owned. As long as talagang ride sharing siya.
Yes, sir. We are not against ride sharing. We just want regulation lang, sir, for them to be compliant. If Congress will allow, is Senate will allow private, and then what kind of driver's license? Will you say a specific kind of driver's license? But there is a law. That's why we're still tied up with the professional driver's license.
All right.
Senator Bam, I'm not going to take away from your time here. This is just an interjection. Actually, I see Attorney Gonzalez nodding. You agree with this? So, unlike Grab, kayo ba pumayag kayo na may mga nag-register ng 60 vehicles or more than 3? Kasi you agree with the principle, no, not you, Brian. Attorney Gonzalez, you seem to agree with the ride-sharing principle, an owner-driven car. And I see also Mr. Deacon here agreeing with that principle. So does it mean that Uber doesn't accredit more than, let's say, a certain number of vehicles per owner? Ano yung pinakamaraming fleet ninyo?
At the moment, ma'am, there's no regulation or there's no rule that sets the cap on that. So,
If there were.
So right now you do have.
Yes, ma'am.
Like how many?
So right now, ma'am,
the biggest.
94% of our partners are 1:1.
1:1.
And then an additional 5%, yung 2 or 3:1. So super 1% lang yung more than that.
Pero meron ba kayo parang 60?
Meron po yata. Meron pong more
okay.
than 10.
So
Meron
pag
pong more than 10.
ni-regulate na it has to be owner-driven and maybe up to 2 cars, payag kayo doon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Senator Bam,
Because
sorry.
yung ads ng Uber, wala naman kayong ads sa Pilipinas. Well, you have the billboards, pero yung ads na napanood ko sa ibang bansa, usually, ano yan, di ba? May mga trabaho silang iba, and then mag-Uber muna sila para kumita, babalik sila sa trabaho nila. So the idea was not really to operate a taxi fleet. It was not, that wasn't the idea when Uber started, no? The idea was really ride-sharing. At tama si Attorney Zada, kailangan i-define kung ano ba talaga yung ride-sharing. Now, let me just try to wrap up here. Gusto ko lang po puntahan yung drivers, no? May mga drivers po tayo dito. Meron ho bang nag-drive pati ho sa taxi, pati po sa sa Uber or sa Grab? Yung nakapag-drive ng taxi at ngayon nakapag-drive sa parehas po. Mr. De Guzman?
Yes.
Kayo po yun.
Actually, naging driver din po ako dati sa Davis Taxi.
Okay.
Bago po naging basic. At the same time, operator din ako ng taxi.
Alright, so alam na alam niyo po. Ano
Yes
po yung
po.
pinagkaiba ng mga benepisyo ng ating taxi drivers or Uber and Grab drivers, no? Ano po yung differences po niya?
Ayun nga po, bali kaya napunta ako sa Grab ngayon. Yung nagta-taxi operator pa ako, bali yung driver ko hindi na siya nakaka-boundary ngayon. So, ginawa ko, bumalik ako sa pagta-taxi, bali ako na uli nagbibiyahe. So, doon ko nakikita yung medyo, ang hirap na, medyo, nandiyan na yung pasahero, pero ayaw na kaming sakyan.
Oho.
Yung trust parang takot na talagang
Nag-iba,
nawala
no?
na. Nag-iba po.
Sa taxi po, magkano po yung boundary? 1-2?
Pagbago po, nasa 1.5 po yan eh.
1.5. Eventually ho, nagiging 1.2 yan, di ba?
Apo.
After a few years.
Ngayon, bumaba na po talaga.
Okay. Kung 1.2 or 1.5, magkano po yung usually kinikita ng ating taxi drivers? Kasi medyo mataas po yan, di ba? Yung 1.2, kung ano man mangyari, kailangan mong makamit yung 1.2. Opo. So, magkano ho usually yung kinikita po?
Dati, 2012, umabot pa kami ng 1,000 to 1.5.
Ngayon po?
Swerte na ho pag nakapag-uwi ka ng 500.
Okay. Ngayon ho na nag-grab ho kayo, magkano po yung kinikita ng... Kasi wag ho yung owner pero yung may iba yung owner, iba po yung ano ba yung hatian yan? Porsyento o boundary rin po?
Hindi. Bali, ano po ako, driver po ako.
Driver kayo.
Driver
Ano po yung deal ninyo dun sa may-ari po ng sasakyan?
Hindi. Bali, sa akin din po. Ako din po.
Ikaw rin, no?
Opo.
Okay, but sa pagkakaalam mo, sa mga... Ito, si Mr. Artus, kayo po ba yung may-ari nung sasakyan po ninyo sa Grab?
Opo, Senator.
Okay. Meron ho ba dito yung... Hindi siya yung may-ari? Kayo po, Mr. Liwanag. Magkano po yung hatian ninyo dun sa may-ari po ng sasakyan?
Ako pa isang Grab taxi. Nagbaboundary po ako ng 1-1. Ang oras ko lang po ay 7 to 11.
Okay.
So, nung time na wala pa akong Grab, medyo mahinang kita. Tumaas ang 30% yung nagkaroon ako ng Grab application.
Alright. Pero taxi pa rin po yan, no? Hindi yan yung ride-hailing, no?
Taxi pa rin po ako.
Kayo po, Mr. Pandil, kayo po ba'y Uber, nag-Uber rin ho kayo. Kayo po may-ari ng sasakyan po ninyo?
Yes, sir. Opo, Senator.
Okay, meron ho bang nagmamaneho na hindi siya yung may-ari ng sasakyan? O kung kayo, sir, sige po, Mr. Donesa.
Si Donesa sa taxi
Sorry.
siya eh.
Hindi ho. Nagmamaneho po sa Uber o sa
Gregorio pala.
sa Grab. Or maybe our friends from Uber and Grab can help us. Ano usually yung hatian with the drivers? Is it still a boundary system?
So there are multiple forms po for the TNVS. Some operators will do 50-50.
50-50 na ano?
Based on the gross earnings.
Okay.
Based on the net earnings after gas expenses.
Okay.
And
So,
commission.
50-50. May narinig rin ako 70-30. Yung
Bihira na po yung 730.
Bihira na yung 70-30.
May 50-50, may 60-40. That's the most it would go.
Pero neto yan.
On the net after gross minus the gas expenses for the day.
And usually, ang kinikita ng Grab driver or Uber driver, magkano ho usually ang kinikita dyan?
An average Grab driver would make around 18,000 a month.
Ilang araw siya nagbabiyahe?
Biyahe po niya mga 5.5 days.
Okay. So magkano yun per day? So times divided by
Around
21?
600 a day.
700. Okay. Well, isa rin ho kasi yung comparison, no, yung ating mga drivers ho natin. Maybe one reason kung bakit sila lumilipat is because mas malaki kinikita nila dun sa Grab or sa Uber, no? Yes, Mr. Suntay.
Yes, as I mentioned, Mr. Senator, because limited yung ability ng drivers namin because of the taximeter.
Okay. So babalik tayo sa pricing. One last question, Madam Chairman, on the pricing. Yung pricing ho natin right now, Uber, alam ko may surge pricing kayong tinatawag, 'di ba? Which is basically based on supply and demand, no? Pag muulan, kukonti yung sasakyan, posibleng lumaki ng lumaki yung presyo na ita-charge ninyo. That's right, Mr. Gonzales, Attorney Gonzales. Tama ho?
Yes, sir.
Tama. May floor price ba yan? Meaning kung maraming sasakyan, bababa rin yung presyo?
Yes, sir.
So,
The base price, sir.
But there's a base price.
The 1x basically, sir.
Okay. Yung 1x, so meron kayong floor price, it doesn't go below a certain amount.
That's the 1x.
Meron ba kayong ceiling price? Or ano na yon? Pataas na yon?
At the moment, we are abiding by the LTFRB's 2x cap.
Okay. So 2x cap.
That's the yes.
Ever since you started, may 2x cap ba o ngayon na lang yan?
December 27,
Okay.
2016.
Yes, because I know there was a time pag nag-surge price at umuulan, sobrang laki.
Yes,
So you're enjoying a 1x, 2x, right?
Yes.
Yung taxi operators natin, wala hong ganon.
Mentioned, Mr. Senator, 8 years na pareho yung taxi fare. Walang ganun.
So,
It's,
and I think
it's 350.
at the end of the day, yan yung nagiging kaya kayo uncompetitive, ano? Kasi hindi nyo magalaw yung
Yes, sir.
yung pricing ninyo.
Yes, sir.
So, if, for example, yung rules mo sa TNVS and TNC, or no, let's say, iba yung rules mo para sa owner-driven, and then pare-parehas yung rules natin for those who own more than, say, three cars, for example, would that be amenable? Kasi, to be very honest, yung distinction mo between a taxi and a TNVS, it's ano na eh, hindi na siya ganun kalinaw, no?
Yes,
Attorney Bong?
actually, Mr. Senator, as I mentioned, the base service that we are giving are the same. Basically, we charge passengers for a fare. The only difference is gumagamit sila ng app. Kami naman ho, ang masunurin yung mga taxi operator pagka sinabi niyo sa amin, sige, pagparehas na natin, gumamit kayo ng app, tapos nun, pwede na kayong hindi gumamit ng metro, meron na rin kayong dynamic fare, then we will be able to provide the same kind of service because we could also track drivers using the app. We could also show the vehicle to the passengers using the app.
Will you also change your yung paraan po niyo ng pag-compensate sa inyong drivers? Kasi yun ho ata yung isang nagiging attractive po yung Grab and Uber, mas kumikita sila doon.
Mas kumikita ho because of higher fares.
So kung magbago ho yun, yung benepisyo po sa drivers pwedeng tumaas din.
Pwede ho.
Okay.
Tataas ho talaga.
Madam Chairperson, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Bam. I would like now to give the floor to... Is it related to his question? Okay. One and the same naman daw, sabi ni Senator
Very
Joel.
quick lang, and on the same chain of thought with Senator Bam. Attorney Bong, so anong humihinto sa inyo para lumipat sa ganitong sistema? Kasi sinasabi niyo, meter, matagal, 8 years na, hindi natataas yung presyo. So
Yes.
anong pumipigil sa inyo para maging parang sa kanila?
Well, in the case of fleet operators, we believe that there's a market for both taxis and TNVS. Even if you go to New York, where Uber started a long time ago.
Okay, what will prevent you from developing a software na parang software lang
Okay.
naman yan, di kabit nyo na lang sa inyo?
The software is already there. But we're bound by regulations. Sabi ko nga ho, even if we have the software, we have to use the taximeter. We cannot use dynamic pricing based on
But
the software.
is there any prohibition from moving from what yung sistema nyo ngayon to sistema nila ngayon?
Yes,
Aside
regulations of LTFRB.
If you will be allowed to use that software and remove your meters, pwede kayong lumipat lahat?
Pwede
At
ho.
maging ganun sa kanila?
Pwede
Katulad
ho.
na kanila?
Pwede ho.
Eh, bakit hindi nyo nga ginagawa?
Because of existing regulations, bawal ho yun.
Hindi, but did you apply to LTFRB and tell them na ayaw na namin maging ordinary taxi, gusto na namin maging ganito? Did you make...
Kaya nga ho ang lapit namin sa kanila is a level playing field. Hindi naman ho namin sinasabi yung patakaran ng taxi if they feel na mas mahirap yon na ipataw sa kanila. Ang sinasabi namin...
Meron ba kayong application to LTFRB para maging TNVS?
Yes, actually, we already mentioned to them that we have an app.
Senator Sherwin, it's like this. I think there's also a need for a certain type of hailing a vehicle on the road. Okay, is it possible? Is it within regulation? For example, the franchise rules. For example, if you're hailed on the road, then you have a definite flag down rate. But if you order that vehicle through an app, then the surge pricing can be waived. Diba? May ganun klaseng consideration din tayo. Kasi pag kinontrata, si Senator Ping nga kausap ko, hindi yung flag down rate, universal yan eh. Meron talaga sa buong mundong ganyang klaseng regulation. Pero, pag kinokontrata, iba yon. So, parang you agree ahead because you're subject to bidding. In short, depending on the demand, may mga iba-ibang pwedeng pumasok at sabihin, ito yung ino-offer ko, then the consumer has a choice. So therefore, he has to pay a premium for having that choice. So these are the things that perhaps LTFRB can consider. Ma'am, Attorney Lizada.
Actually, ma'am, we have initially spoken to the taxi operators of Davao to do a pilot for them to have the apps. Because wala pa ho, ang meron lang ho doon Grab Taxi, wala pa hong Uber. And likewise, I believe Chairman also spoke to Attorney Suntay that they do the apps for the taxi. However, if we welcome the move, at least there will be a lot now of supply. Right now, what the people see is just the supply of Grab and Uber. But if you put all taxis on the same platform, marami na hong supply.
Hindi, pero okay, just answer my question. Would you be able to consider that? Is that
Yes, ma'am.
something na pagka kinontrata sila, meron silang excuse not to abide with that price cap. Pero pag they're hailed without the prior contract, then they have to go with the flag down rate.
My concern, ma'am, is we might no longer see ride hailing kasi baka gusto lang nila lahat doon sa
Yeah,
baka
but
wala na tayong makuha sa ride
this is
hailing.
the thing, we are allowing the market to evolve naturally.
Yes, ma'am.
Technology and market should dictate. And we should be able to regulate accordingly, not to stifle the market, but
Yes.
to be able to fill in the demand with convenience and safety.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I know it's difficult. It's freely evolving, but anyway, this is something we need to consider and quickly. So Senator Joel.
Senator Lovie, lugi ako ah.
Ay, hindi, actually sa akin compliment pag ganyan ang tawag mo sa akin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sususugan ko po yung binabanggit ninyo at doon ako magsisimula. I think klaro na mula kanina na merong overlapping na tinatawag. And unfortunately, nakita rin natin yung plight ng mga taxi operators, drivers, na yung binanggit natin kanina, no, na situation. And ma'am, sa LTFRB at DOTR, kung hindi ho ninyo alam until now yung bentahan ng prangkisa, baka nakakahiya naman po sa taong bayan dahil laganap po talaga yan. And I don't know what we can do about it, how are we responding about it, yung bentahan ng prangkisa, etc. Siguro ngayon, wala nang nagbebenta dahil mas madali nang pumasok dun sa Uber at Grab. Kaya ho, ito para lang po mas mabilis ho tayo, no? Importante talaga, and tingin ko yung sinasabi kanina ni Attorney Bong, yung leveling the playing field. Sa Uber at Grab, siguro, nung makita ninyo na, uy, teka lang, walang capacity ang LTFRB na habulin tayo because it's not somehow part of their charter. And parang po pwede natin gawin ito. Yung pagkuha ng application, pagkuha ng fleet na tinatawag, ang daming po pwede pala doon. Pero doon sa isa, hindi po pwede. So makikita mo talaga na merong malaking disadvantage at may malaking advantage yung isa at dalawang grupo. Siguro yung pupuntahan ko na lang yung LTFRB, nakita ko si Asek Medina ng DOTR and Attorney Lisada. Tinitignan ko po itong website ng LTFRB. Ang sabi ho dito sa mission ng LTFRB, and I quote, "To ensure that the commuting public has adequate, safe, convenient, environment-friendly, and dependable public land transportation services at reasonable rates through the implementation of land-based transportation policies, programs, and projects responsive to an investment-led and demand-driven industry." Close quote. Yung unang tanong ko po, no, ano nga po ba yung tsak na hakbang at polisiya ninyo dito sa implementation ng inyong mission, na yung isinasagawa po ninyo para makasiguro po kayo na yung pampublikong transportasyon ay natutugunan. Ngayon na may bago at makabagong pamamaraan, teknolohiya na i-address ang problema ng transportasyon. At hanggang ngayon, medyo nakakalito po. Sabi dun sa kanina, hindi lumalabas dun sa presentation nila, hindi lumalagpas yung supply dun sa demand. Dun naman sa kabilang banda, sinasabi nyo, enough yung supply. So, ito gusto ko lang maliwanagan, no? Siguro, can you just give me at least top 3 specific policy steps and courses of action para matupad itong adhikain ng LTFRB? What are we doing? Do we now have a study kung papaano natin i-compel ang TNVS, ang TNC, kung papaano natin masisiguro na mariregulate sila dahil kayo na nga po ang nagsabi, it appears na parang ayaw nilang magpa-regulate. We're at a loss here, and at the same time, at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure na ang riding public ang napoprotektahan natin. Thank you.
First, sir, dun sa sale and transfer, the board issued already last August 13, 2016. We are no longer accepting sale and transfer of units with franchises. Wala na ho yun. Pangalawa, dun ho sa Department Order 2015 of DOTC issued before by then Secretary Abaya, the guidance to LTFRB is 1, we accredit the TNCs. 2, we await legislation for the regulation of this new technology. That's why...
So you admit, ma'am, na kulang yung charter ng LTFRB to go after and do your part as a regulating body?
There is a limitation because they are supposed to be operating on a platform. And they are the medium connecting the rider to the driver. However, how do we define them now, the TNCs? Are they also common carriers because they are linking? So that is where we have a gray area, sir. That's why we can only accredit, but the franchise is given to the TNVS, the common carriers.
And you are saying that they should also be part?
We want to have a level of accountability on their end, sir, yes.
Up to what extent are you proposing?
that whenever something happens on the road to the rider, the TNCs will be held accountable. That's why in Congress they are proposing that they be given franchises.
So ngayon po ba hindi?
Wala ho, accreditation lang ho sila sa amin.
Can we ask yung Uber and Grab about this? Can you comment on this? So at this time wala po talaga?
Wala ho. Meron lang ho ang prangkisa ang mga TNVS, yung mga partner operators nila. Kaya hindi ho namin sila mahabol diretso.
With the indulgence of Senator
Sure.
Villanueva, Attorney Lisada, yung pong kaso na may nabangga ang isang TNVS, ano po ang nangyari doon? Since wala pa ho silang accountability, wala pa silang prangkisa, whatever happened to that incident?
Hearing ho kami. So yun ho yung katanungan ko rin. To the rider, meron silang insurance. What about to the motorist na mababanggaan? The TPL, third party liability. So what is their liability? Kung ang Uber or ang Grab, they're on their way fetching a ride, possible ride, and then along the way may natamaan sila, what's the liability of the TNC? Yun ho ang gusto namin malaman because this was what happened. So how accountable should they, as to what level of accountability should they be? We have to cover all TPL because the taxis, lahat ho sila meron. Sila, parang...
Because they own the vehicles.
Yes.
The
Yes.
operators.
Ito ho, so let's say the driver criminally liable. Now, the operator, kung hindi niya mahabol dun sa insurance, will the TNC cover for the excess? For the other medical expenses, what is their level of accountability? We would like to be guided as well.
So yun yung gusto natin, no? Ma-level natin yung playing field.
Opo.
Ma'am, pakibahagi nyo nga po dito sa ating committee kung meron na pong analysis ang or study ang DOTR, ang LTFRB on yung datos po ng demand for transportation, ano sa buses, ano sa jeepneys, ano sa taxi. Siguro kahit ipasubmit na lang po dito sa committee para makita din po natin. But if you have some data or information, siguro considering ito yung hini-hear po natin, ilang tao ba talaga yung nagde-decide na gumamit na lang ng TNVs kaysa magdala ng sariling sasakyan sa kanyang patutunguhan? Kasi gusto kong itanong po ito, may mga pag-aaral din sa ibang bansa and kaya ho commendable yung ginagawa ng TNVS dahil meron nga po na instead na bibili sila ng sasakyan, hindi na sila bibili ng sasakyan, nag-ride sharing na lang sila, nakakatulong pa dito sa trapiko natin at ang implication po niyan, it reduce car ownership and the volume of vehicles on the road. And ang findings nga po nila, sa isang TNVS, nare-replace daw po. There's a study, no? I forgot yung article na ibinigay po sa akin. It replaced at least about 5 to 7 cars. At importante po kasi ito kasi kakabit na yung savings sa household, yung paggamit sa TNVS. Hindi na nila kailangan maghanap ng sariling parking, hindi na sila gagastos ng maintenance, hindi na sila magsasasakyan. Kaya gusto ko po sanang malaman, may similar information po ba ang LTFRB dito?
Sir, this was shared by ASEC Mark De Leon. This is a 2015 JICA MUSEP study. It is Metro Manila and the nearby provinces. There are 21.5 million trips per day in Metro Manila.
21 million?
21.5 million trips per day in Metro Manila. 70% of the trips are by public transport. Sa private ho, it is estimate of 7 million, train 1.2 million, bus 2.2 million, jeepney 6.89 million, tricycle 5.8 million, UV hindi pa ho 200,000, pedicab 800,000. Others, dun ho yung others.
Others, dun pumapasok ang...
Yes, sir. Dun ho sila pumapasok yung TNVS sa 100, 200,000 po. Dito po. I can give you the
Sige po, pasubmit na lang po.
Yes, sir.
Pabigay na lang po dito sa committee. So, ma'am, yung binabanggit po ninyo, there are some issues na na kumpleto ho ba yung mekanismo sa LTFRB to find out all of this? Kasi tulad kanina, binanggit niyo ho yung information, no? Few days ago, ito yung kiniklaim nila. Pero nung sinabi niyo po na under oath, dumami na. At kanina, medyo nakakagulat po na yung sa side nga po ng mga taxi drivers, operators, pag wala silang provisional authority, they cannot go out, they cannot use their vehicles, etc. Pero sa kanila, sa ngayon, siguro, aminin na natin, ilan yung colorum na lumalabas based on your records right now? Because as you were saying a while ago, you have the real number, the real figures.
Sir, 3,000.
Based on dun sa binigyan niyo po ng provisional authority.
So 3,999 with CPCs and PAs, and then we will still process 10,000 plus. So this is around 14,000. 125,000 less 14,000, sir. But
125,000 ang nasa labas. Pero ang meron lang at pinaprocess pa yung iba,
around 14,000, sir.
around 14,000.
But sir, not all TNVS are exclusive Grab and Uber. Some are dual citizen.
Okay, so you're talking about at least about 112,000.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just
na lumalabas
yes,
po.
Senator, I just want to stress.
Sige po. Kaya ko lang po ito binabanggit kasi now we're feeling na yung mga taxi operators and drivers talagang they will have a natural death if this continues.
Kaya nga ho,
At
sir.
pupunta sila lahat doon.
Sir, ito po, sir, no, we have a database of all the franchises, taxi, bus, jeepney, UV, tourist bus, tourist shuttle, school transport shuttle. Whenever there is an accident, we check our records, we do our franchise verification, whether may prangkisa. Pero ang nangyayari ho ngayon sa mga TNCs, both Uber and Grab, kung may aksidente, ako mismo ang nagte-text kay Brian at saka kay Leo at saka kay Uber, pakitingin kung ang plate number na ito ay nasa inyo. Di ba, sir, nabaliktad? Di ba dapat nasa amin yung database na yan?
Exactly my point. Kasi kayo yung LTFRB.
Sir, we have been asking.
We have been asking.
We have been asking from them.
Yung level of accountability, let me ask Uber and Grab. Yung binabanggit ni Attorney Lizada, baka naman meron ho kasi kayo naman internal in your group, no? Meron ho kayong ginagawa, but I think it is important to note na ang LTFRB may mandate po yan, tsaka may charter yan under the law, at yung binanggit kanina ni Attorney Lizada, i-remind ko po na yung Kongreso yung nagbigay sa inyo, nag-delegate sa inyo para gawin ito, and you cannot delegate this to any agency or any company. Siguro tanungin natin yung Uber and Grab, how are you dealing with this? I mean, you have your own mechanism, I suppose, no? Para naman hindi rin matakot yung ating publiko.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Actually, yes, we do have our own mechanism internally. We categorize accidents, violations, depending on how the gravity of the incident, and we also have insurance. No, but before that, for really critical and dangerous incidents, we report. I report directly to Ma'am BM Lizada what happened. Provide an incident report. No. In essence, Grab is willing to be accountable, no, for these accidents, as we have been. As of now, we are not the common carrier, so we share responsibility with the operator or the peer. But as I said, we are open to being accountable.
As to Uber, sir, I'd just like to clarify, because the LTFRB always brings up how our lawyers are basically denying accountability. I'd just like to read the provision from LTFRB Memorandum Circular 2015-015, Section 6, Liability. The TNC shall exercise due diligence and reasonable care in accrediting drivers. The TNC shall be liable for failure to exercise due diligence and reasonable care, except if such non-compliance is due to acts or omissions outside of the TNC's control. However, Such liability shall not extend to actions of drivers who are independent contractors who provide the transportation services directly to the passengers. So it is in the regulations po. But in practice, what we do po in practice is that if ever there is any issue po, ginagawan po namin ang paraan na masuportahan po yung rider or yung driver po. In the back end po, kahit ito po yung nire-raise ng lawyers before the board because yun po yung nasa regulations, in practice po, wala po kaming pinapabayaan na maagrabyado.
Ma'am, parang may bala sila sa inyo doon na hindi kasama yung sa driver. Is that what you're saying? And at the same time, yung binabanggit ni Attorney Lizada, bakit ganun po? Bakit siya pa yung tumatawag para sabihin, isn't it's SOP na if something happens, i-report nyo po kaagad?
It is part of their terms and conditions, sir. The accredited TNC shall report to the board through the legal division, A, within 24 hours from receipt of report or reliable information of any assault or robbery by its accredited drivers to their passengers. B, within 24 hours from receipt of report or reliable information whenever the accreditation of any driver has been revoked. C, within 48 hours from receipt or report or reliable information whenever its accredited owner drivers are convicted of criminal offenses. D, within 72 hours from receipt of report or reliable information whenever any accredited owner driver is involved in an accident resulting in physical injuries or death. Ito ho, terms and conditions sila. I do not know if they did this 2015 and 16. Kami, we are imposing it. They're only just complying now.
And siguro, puntahan natin yung exact situation that you were talking about, ma'am. Kayo ho yung tumawag para i-report, yung binanggit niyo ho kanina.
Pag nagiging viral ho, yes, yung sila, they come to us. But yung mga hindi ko nakikita yung hindi na viral. I don't know how they respond. But so kami ho yung lumalapit sa kanila because media gives it to us. And then kami yung pumupunta sa kanila.
At siguro para lang malinaw sa Uber and Grab, you agree with that issue, no particular issue, yung saklaw ng LTFRB when it comes to safety, of course, pag may mga ganitong insidente.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we fully agree. Just to add, a lot of reports go through social media, and we do our best to monitor. And there are cases wherein a complainant does not report anymore directly to Grab, but reports directly to LTFRB. And on these occasions, we are flagged by the LTFRB. So, although we do our best to monitor social media, all channels, as we said, we have a 24/7 call center, 140-seat call center, monitoring everything, receiving all calls.
Sige po, before I go to another issue, I think
Just like to ask, I just want to clarify on the same point, no? Attorney Eves, earlier you said, no, that kasi independent, tama ba yung contract? Pag meron yung liability will be just between the driver and the passenger?
Binasa ko lang po yung nasa existing memorandum circular po ng LTFRB.
Okay, because in this section 4, the proposed bill, no, I just want to read it, no, with the indulgence of our chairperson. Please, I would want to hear your positions on this. Section 4, nature of transportation network companies and drivers. T&Ds are hereby considered as common carriers for purpose of determining the liability and the degree of diligence that must be observed in the course of transportation network services, and the presumption of negligence in case of breach of contract of carriage shall likewise apply to them. Ito po. TNCs shall be required to exercise the extraordinary diligence in the course of complying with its obligations under this Act and the regulations that the Board may issue in relation thereto. TNC shall be solidarily liable with TNDs in case the latter has been found guilty of any violation of laws, rules, and regulation that involves a passenger as defined in this Act. May we get your position this or reaction? Uber and Grab.
Senator, we are open to that. We are not opposed to the provision.
Thank you. Madam Chair, let me go lang dun sa labor issues, no? Sa LTFRB and DOTR, may rules po ba ang LTFRB regarding the contractual relationships of drivers, operators. May mga drivers po ba tayo na sila po ba ay empleyado ng operator, subcontractors? Kasi kanina nalito din ho ako, meron nakalagay doon, casual, merong part-time, iba pa, tapos tsaka full-time.
The information that
May policy ho tayo doon?
Except for the buses, sir, the rest wala, sir.
Wala po. Kung wala pong policy, perhaps we should suggest a policy at kung ano po yung matutulong namin dito sa Senado. I think drivers should be treated as employees as well, and they should be guaranteed minimum wage if they are
That's
full-time.
part of the omnibus franchising guidelines,
Exactly.
sir.
If sinabi na employee status, dapat may benepisyo po siya. May impormasyon po ba tayo kung mga drivers natin din may SS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth?
It's a requirement, sir.
Sa requirement. Sa Uber and Grab, pag full-time ho, meron pong gano'n? If you have a full-time...
So, since independent contractor po most of them, so basically micro-entrepreneurs po sila lahat.
Can you answer?
Same po.
Okay. Yung isa lang na i-comment ko, ma'am, sa LTFRB, binanggit nyo po yung inyong proposal for TNVS, for TNCs, no, na magkaroon ng minimum hours. Last na. Yung minimum hours, no, nagka-problema ko kaagad ako doon nung marinig ko yun kasi part of your charter is to ensure the safety of our passengers. Una, kung private sila at kung natutupad talaga yung riding sharing on a ride, dapat hindi okay lang yun kung ano yung minimum hours for me yun ang ano ko. Pero yung concern ko, kung ang isang driver nagda-drive na siya ng 15 hours, hindi na safe para dun sa mananakay natin. And that's our duty. So baka mas instead yung minimum, yung maximum number of hours, dapat mas concerned ho tayo doon. And dun sa minimum, kung ito'y riding sharing, no, na ginagawa ng TNVS, I don't see any problem dun sa 2-3 oras because spare time nila yun Ano yung
Sir,
logic
may I
nung...
respond?
Yes, please.
We have seen that there are, for Uber, they have a category of casual, 0 to 9 hours. The question now is, will government issue a franchise per week, Sir John, na they are just on the road for 2 hours or 3 hours? While it may be on their end, part-time, full-time, sideline, on our end, sa government side o sa LTFRB DOTR, we see it as a public service. That they be on the road, if they want to be, that they be on the road and that they are common carriers as we define them. So if we want to ask also Uber and Grab drivers, they have a day job, 8 hours. So if you say, for 1 week, ilan lang ba ang kaya nyo na minimum? So wala tayong mga 2 hours 1 week, 4 hours 1 week. So let us do away with the 0 to 9. Parang 1 hour a day lang siya on the
Kaya
road.
nga ho, ma'am, ang sinasabi natin, if they have a full-time job, part-time nila yung pagdadrive,
Yes, sir.
they're working for 8 hours, tapos magdadrive pa sila ng another 6 hours. Hindi na safe yung passenger.
Sir, not necessarily 8 plus 6 per day. It's on a weekly basis, cumulative, sir. Parang amin is, the guidance is like,
But that's what I'm saying. How do we protect our passengers?
yun nga, sir, kasi if we put naman, for them, if we put a franchise for 2 hours a week, we might as well give it to someone who can do, because we want to see more people on the center of the funnel, sir, that they are part-time drivers, but let's say based on
So it defeats now the intention of ride sharing defeats the purpose now na yung carpooling. So, parang magkaiba ho kasi yun eh.
It has not yet final sa amin, sir. We are studying the option kasi we just want to see more numbers at the center, not at the top of the funnel,
But if it
sir.
is strictly for ride sharing,
Yes,
would
sir.
you agree na okay
Yeah,
lang naman
full
kung
time, sir.
2 hours?
Full time, sir, they have sa baba, sir, 7 to 9,000 at any available time na full time. We want to see sana, sir, more part-time online.
Last na lang, ma'am. I'll ask na lang Uber
Senator Sherwin na.
I'll ask Uber
Kampay
and
mo.
Grab na lang, ma'am, to respond, please.
On Uber's part, our concern is that this proposal will actually lead to more congestion. When you have no need for these drivers to be on the road, but the government has mandated for them to be on the road, then they will have to drive just to meet the quota, just to meet the hours that the government has set. So what we are asking the government is to think 21st century, demand responsive. If there is no demand, then supply goes
And that
down.
is the charter of LTFRB.
Yes, sir. That's what we're asking for.
Okay, before we proceed, is this your last question, sir?
Madam Chair, nakita ko kasi yung idol ko si James Deakin. Can I just ask him
And then-
one question?
Ikaw talaga.
Last
Okay,
naman.
no, this is what's going to happen, okay? Because we need to be fair with our other senators here. Senator Bam asked Senator Sherwin for a brief time, and he was granted that. So we will go with that. And then after Senator Sherwin, the last of the first round, if you still want to join in a second round, I would like to ask our resource persons, so Mr. Deacon, Mr. Cal, I would also like the passenger from UST to give their, and also of course the taxi driver to speak about their experience and their insights. And then we will ask the next round of questions. Kasi that's the reason why we have a hearing, is to hear more from you. Okay, so Senator Bam.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Senator Win. Yung kaguluhan ho kasi is may dalawang grupo na magkaiba pero magkapareho, no? May mga grupo na magkaiba yung teknolohiya, magkaiba yung pinanggagalingan, pero pareho rin yung mga serbisyo. So yung isa hong sinisikap ho naming mahanap is ano yung distinction which can justify a difference in regulation, a difference in treatment, no? So I'd like to ask Uber, Grab, sila Attorney Suntay representing the taxi operators, and later on si Attorney Lizada, very quickly. Kung yung maging distinction po natin is really the owner-driven ride sharing. Kung yun po yung distinction, no? I am an entrepreneur, meron akong asset, hindi ko to na-utilize properly, gusto ko tong gamitin para makatulong sa trapiko, makatulong po sa mga commuters naghahanap ng sakay, hopefully kung carpool app pa yan, makabawas ako sa trapiko. And then, my regulations then are practically seamless. Napakasimple, napakadali. As long as yun talaga yung pakay ko, I will probably drive sa mga rush hours lang or paunti-unti throughout the day. And that can justify, I'll probably join an app, whatever, and usually sila maglalabanan sila sa porsyento na pwedeng makuha dun sa kita nung driver, so they will also compete at that level. And then if I have more than 1 or 2 fleet na ako, then I have another type of regulation, because then it becomes a true public service where this is really my business, and maybe kailangan baguhin yung pricing regulations doon, but in effect yun yung distinction, no? So let me ask Uber first and then Grab. Is this something acceptable sa inyo? Is that something that you imagine? Because ang alam ko yung beginnings ninyo, yun naman talaga yung gusto nyong gawin, no? In the beginning. Yes, attorney.
Thank you for that question, sir. So on the part of Uber, we have been offering to the government and to the taxi industry that we can work with them. In fact, all we need to do is look at our neighbors. In Singapore, in Thailand, in Indonesia, we are working with the taxis. We have a product called Uber Flash that allows taxis to also have upfront pricing. And we've been proposing that maybe instead of creating an app, that we can just work with them to improve
Wait,
the...
Attorney, my question is different, no? My question is, kung yung distinction natin is ride sharing, owner-driven, maybe 1 or 2 cars lang, is that something that is, sabi mo kanina, 94% ng kotse ninyo owner-driven, di ba? So is that something acceptable to Uber?
We're open to that.
Yes. Grab, is that something acceptable na we really focus on ride sharing as entrepreneur-driven, nasabi kanina, micro-enterprise, talagang lumalabas lang kapag kailangan or maybe yun talaga negosyo niya, pero sarili niyang sasakyan yan, no? As opposed to fleets being within the system of Uber and Grab, no?
I mean, we're open to that. However, sir, we need to consider that sometimes the husband owns the car, the wife would want to drive it
ano na
also
yan eh.
during, so
I mean,
as long as they're
pwede namang may
considering-
alternate or whatever. Basta nakarehistro yan at klaro, no? Very
Yes, sir.
clear. Hindi naman pwedeng 10 yung alternate mo or 10 yung kotse mo tapos
Tama,
iba-ibang. But the basic idea of keeping the TNVS or the TNC towards talagang ride sharing, the true essence of ride sharing, that's not unacceptable to you.
It is not unacceptable. It is acceptable.
If that
sir.
is the distinction of regulation, no? Attorney Bong, kayo po.
Yes, Senator. Actually, we have long been saying that that we could coexist kung ride sharing sila na owner driven, na part-time sila, yung mga pupunta sa opisina, magsasabay sila pauwi or pagkatapos ng opisina magsasakay sila. Okay, because taxis are required to be on the road 24 hours a day because public service yan eh. We could magkakaroon kami ng synergy. Hindi sila nang aagaw ng driver sa amin dahil yung driver nila yung may-ari ng auto.
So that is a distinction na katanggap sa mga taxi operators,
Opo.
no? All right. By the way, no, yung one issue you need to face also, Attorney Suntay, is usually yung micro o yung owner-driven, yun yung how do I say it? Kumbaga parang sari-sari store tsaka supermarket, 'di ba? Yung sari-sari store, convenience, malapit, madalian, pupunta ka doon, alam mong mas mahal yung presyo sa sari-sari store, pero dahil sa convenience, kukunin mo 'yon. Pero may benefit rin na pupunta ka sa mall or sa supermarket kasi mas kompleto, aircon, yung mall. Pag nag-shopping ka, may mga freebies, may mga ganyan. So the establishment, and you represent the establishment, must present a better value than the owner-driven type. Unfortunately, yung market natin, mas kumikiling sila sa owner-driven type of a situation. So there's a lot of challenge para sa inyo na kayong established groups must also provide a better value to our consuming public.
Yes, Senator. That's why lagi ko nga sinasabi, we want to level up. But give us
pricing.
the opportunity to do it. Because yung existing regulations sa amin, especially yung regulations on taxi fare, yung ownership ng vehicle, and the other regulations yung, as to how we should run the fleet, is not helping us.
That's why we're having this
Yes, Madam
hearing,
Senator,
because we don't
yes.
want the laws to stifle your growth and the quality of your service.
So, yes, we will level up. We want to level up. We just want the opportunity to be given us to
Right.
be able to do it.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope the LTFRB is, maybe we're getting closer to a resolution with these comments, Attorney Lizada.
Actually, the reason why I always give in to the request of Senator Bam, I really appreciate your insights and the analogy that you made, that, you know, you'll always choose convenience kahit na minsan mas mahal. Anyway, nakikiusap yung kambal mo dito. Talagang fan na fan siya ni Mr. Deacon.
Because
Gusto daw niya
I
marinig,
thought we should
tinatawag na
take
siya
this
ng asawa
opportunity.
niya
Just,
pauwi.
just one question, no? Because we're all for
Na, hindi pa sumasagot
entrepreneurship,
si Senator
Madam
Sherwin.
Chair.
Is that fine? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Wala naman regalo. Madam Chair, I think all of us are for entrepreneurship, and this representation would like to put on record that I fully support any amendments to the Public Service Act to make these practices fair and equitable to all. Let me just ask Mr. Deakin, sir, how do you propose to balance public and private interest with this particular model?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the compliment too. Yes, so far, just before I get to that and answer that question, so far I've noticed that the argument seems to be going backwards and forwards against Uber versus Uber Grab versus taxi. Uber Grab's better and convenient, and I think that's a moot point. I think that the conversation should have evolved a long time ago had it been allowed to, because there's really no competition with the taxis, or there shouldn't be, should I say. Shouldn't be any competition with the taxi. I think what the conversation should evolve into is how Uber and Grab affect private cars, because that's the goal here. As it's been explained even by Attorney Lozada's figures that she showed, every mega city around the world will tell you the same thing, that, and this pains me to say as a car enthusiast, but private cars are the major source of congestion in any mega city. So far here in the Philippines, what we've tried to do, we've tried many measures to wean people off their addiction of private cars using things like coding, excise tax. There's a new proposal in Congress, I believe, that's going to tax you for your second and third and fourth car to make it prohibitive. All of these programs have been met with so much resistance from the general public simply because we don't have an alternative. That's it. That's all it is. So we've gravitated towards the natural alternative based purely on efficiency, which is Uber and Grab and the ride-sharing model. So what I would love to do here today, and my prayer, and I think I speak for the general riding public here, is to have bespoke legislation, because we seem to be going backwards and forwards, and I can understand the LTFRB's position. They're a regulatory board. They have to do their job. What I'm saying is we're trying to fit new technology into existing rules and regulations. If we had to make everything new fit into something existing, we would have never invented the light bulb, the internet, electricity. You cannot write laws and regulations for things that don't exist, and up until 2015, this did not exist in the Philippines. But we're thankful that we have other models of other countries that we can actually get best practices from. So to answer your question, Senator, I believe the best proposal here is what had been mentioned before about clearly defining ride sharing. That is a very good point. I believe that that should clearly define the separation between taxis and the ride sharing is they are 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 at the most. Discourage fleets, penalize fleets, don't allow fleets if that's the case. But you also need to allow and give the benefit to Uber and Grab to run their businesses the way they see fit and create that space through legislation to hit their full potential. Because I believe we are just on the cusp of something absolutely revolutionary. If you think about it, we have so far managed to convince people like myself, Franco, and other riders out there to leave their cars at home during coding. The next step for that, and this is where the revolution begins and the magic happens, is if we regulate and legislate accordingly with relevant regulations, we could turn this into not leaving your car at home, but maybe possibly not buying that second car to begin with. That's the goal here. That's what we should be focusing all of our energy on, not the backwards and forwards on whether they fit into this current set or not. We also need, and I understand Attorney Suntay's point, I concede totally that point. We have demonized the taxi cabs because of their behavior, but then we need to look at the cause of that behavior. Why are they behaving that way? As he pointed out, nobody should be expected to spend 1 peso to earn back 90 centavos. But during peak times, that's what's happening in the cabs. So they have no choice. They gotta eat. They have to get creative with their income. And this is what we want to address in the same legislation, sana. We put the two together and we say, okay, what defines TNVS? What are the benefits of that? Obviously, the public embrace it. We don't need to even coerce them into using it. It will just be natural. I could use myself as an example. I'll happily give up my cars. Not all of them, because I think there's still room for private cars. But I'm saying if it's 3 cars that I have, I'll gladly go down to 1 if I could rely on TNVS and TNCs not living and operating under the current constant threat of being closed down. That's the difference that we would love to see here with legislation, is remove it from that constant threat. Give it a government guarantee. Give the public a government guarantee that this can operate legally and within the spirit. That, I guess, is the major point here. Try to keep the spirit intact. Don't mess with the spirit, because that's the magic there. But clearly define it. Maybe we can also maybe allow Uber and Grab to enjoy maybe a 20% price premium. This way it's clearly defined. People will naturally choose. I mean, you have the aircon and the non-aircon buses. I took one the other day and I was surprised to see how little the difference was. I was on an aircon bus going one way and I came back on an un-aircon bus and I realized it's so small. And I actually asked passengers, is it really worth your while? They said when you add that up over 7 days a week, 2 or 3 times a day, yes, it does. And that's why they choose to sit on a non-aircon bus versus an aircon. So if we created a price premium for Uber and Grab of, let's say, 15 or 20%, and then we allowed the cabs to have their dynamic pricing, and in return for this leeway that we've given the TNCs to operate within their spirit, ask back for some of that technology. They've already agreed. I think Uber Flash is a fantastic opportunity to lend to our taxi industry so that they too can have dynamic pricing, because it's totally unfair to fix static pricing on something as dynamic as traffic. We get the idea when we talk about hotels and airlines, even rice and sugar. Everything has to go up and down. Yet these poor guys are sitting there with 75 pesos an hour is I was surprised to hear that. I knew it was going to be something staggering, but for their boundary to be 60 pesos an hour and then to get earned 75 pesos an hour in traffic, we can't expect anyone to live like that. So I think what it really needs to be addressed here is not necessarily Uber, Grab, taxi, etc., but the actual regulations. Let's just create the framework and the space for them to hit the full potential, and they watch the magic happen. Because the Filipino is worth driving for.
Oh, wow. Well, Mr. Deacon, LTFRB, I think you've found yourselves a good mediator between the different public utility vehicles. So thank you for your, wow, wonderful insight on this. I would like to now give the floor to Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Win.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the good news is meron tayong tatlong bills. I think the objective is really to define the TNVS and the TNCs. I think we're here to refine those bills, and I filed a bill that will give legal personality and define the legal personality of the TNVS, as well as defining the liabilities of the TNVS and the TNCs. But the objective here really is to refine it further. That's why I have a few more questions sa LTFRB kay kay Attorney
Lizada, sir.
Lizada. Attorney, I just want to understand, no? For example, may pasahero, tapos nagkaroon po ng problema, no? Na hold up, nagkaroon ng sexual harassment, and sumasakay ho siya ng conventional taxi. Ano po yung proseso at sino po ang liable ho dito?
If it is, sir, let's talk about injuries first, no?
Injuries.
Injuries,
Yes.
okay. We check on their franchise verification, and then we determine it's either PAMI or SCCI lang po, because all public utility vehicles must get an insurance from either two of the accredited ones from LTFRB, PAMI or SCCI. So we contact PAMI, and then we tell PAMI or SCCI, address the concerns of those wounded. So sila ang pumupunta. Now, the rider has that's the medical side. The rider now has an option to file a case before us against the operator. So we will, but it's only for the franchise. We will determine whether it's out of line. We will determine whether the franchise is valid. That's only the thing that we can do. We cannot be a collection agency. It has to be in the regular course.
But the liability is with the franchise holder.
Yes, sir.
This is the operator.
Yes, sir.
So ito po yung mga kagaya po ng mga branded na conventional taxi, sila
Yes,
po
sir.
may liability.
Yes, sir.
In this case, dito naman po sa TNVS, no, kung ganyan din po ang nangyari, no, sino po ang liable in this case? No?
Dito po, during our hearings, the rider first would like to know the name of the operator. And then,
When you say the operator, ito po yung driver?
registered owner. The
Registered-
partner, sir.
The partner?
Yes, sir. So, at first, Uber was not disclosing the complete name, or will not disclose the owner of the vehicle, because of they have a secrecy independent contractors agreement, it's part. But we insisted, the board said, you know the name of the rider, you know where she stays, you know the credit card number, you know the mobile number. How come you cannot even disclose who the partner operator is? That's why we insisted.
Hindi yung ma-disclose.
Disclose. That's why we insisted. As long as you're in as long as you're doing public service, where your private interests end, where your private interest exists, once you are on the road, public interest exists.
So if I'm the aggrieved party, pag pumunta ako sa inyo, at hindi nyo alam kung sino itong operator, ano po yung gagawin ninyo?
Ask Uber and Grab, and then we have the plate number because it's in the phone, sir. So we will issue a an order, a summons to either the TNC together with the partner, Uber or Grab, partner operator. Sometimes tatlo ho yan because the partner operator is not the driver. So tatlo ho ang nag-appear, driver, partner operator, and the TNC.
In contrast, no, paano ho kung yung driver po ay walang kakayanan? No?
Yan sir, yun
Paano kung
yun
walang
ho gusto ko
kakayanan
rin malaman because some employed
Because
drivers.
in contrast with the conventional taxi, ang hahabulin yung operator eh.
Yes, sir.
And typically may kakayanan yan. It's a corporation and
Yes, sir. So dito, sir, one, if the driver is the operator, so siya na mismo isa lang, di ba, sir? But if the partner operator employs a driver, so unahin muna yung driver, sir, if there's a criminal liability. The civil aspect, yung collection ng mga whatever, to the partner operator, to the registered owner. Now, kung hindi na kaya ng partner operator, sir, in case of the TPL, kanino pa sila pupunta?
kanino nga ho pupunta sa ngayon, sa setup ngayon?
Wala. Hanggang sa partner operator lang,
So
sir.
what can LTFRB do for the aggrieved party?
We mediate. We talk to Uber and Grab. We say, what can you do? Ganun na lang, sir. It's just
Hanggang
a request.
mediation na lang.
Yes, sir.
So yung aggrieved party, katulad, for example, ako ho yun, mag-aantay na lang ako kung may ma-agree po sa mediation. But you cannot, can you impose penalty on any of
TNC?
those leveled
On the
entities?
TNC, sir,
On
no.
the TNCs?
No, sir. On the TNVS lang kasi sila yung may prangkisa kami. Sila lang yung may jurisdiction kami to the TNVS. And come to think of it, sir, most of the hearings now, we're doing franchise verification. Most of the hearings pa lang ngayon ay mga kolorum pa lang mga kaharap namin.
And kanina ho, I was looking at the presentation. No? I think there was a before and after numbers. No? I think the difference between what you had before and what was disclosed after all this came out is about 63,000. Tama po ba?
63,000.
I think na flash kanina po, in your records, there are about 56,000
TNVS, sir?
TNVS.
68 for 68 for Uber, 50 plus for Grab. 125,000 total, sir.
Pero prior to
28,000, yes, sir, 56.
mga 56,000. So, the difference is about 63
Yes, sir.
colorum ang tawag dito.
More than 63, sir.
More
Kasi,
than
because right now, together with the processing and the existing 3,999, which is 14,000. So, 125 less 14,000.
Itong 63 na wala sa records nyo, paano kung may mangyari na naman?
Yung nga ho, sir, that's why we have been very insistent lately. Kasi pumupunta ho sa amin, they technically are colorum. We just want them to get their prangkisa. We want them to apply for a franchise. Pero apparently, sir, their numbers are increasing daily. That's why we have a hard time coping. Kami ho yung nalalagay sa alanganin ngayon because as they increase their numbers, their TNVS are hoping for a better income. But kami yung, ang tingin nila, kami yung balakid. Pero sir, we are not.
But attorney, in that case, kagaya natanong ko kanina, 63,000 wala po sa records yung may nangyari. Anong pong gagawin ng pasahero?
Hindi namin covered, sir.
So walang magagawa yung pasahero?
File sa regular courts. Or Uber and Grab can do but back channeling. But definitely as the government
But in back
agency.
channeling, alam ho natin, tumatagal at walang pinupuntahan ho yan. Ano?
Yes, sir.
What do you recommend sa LTFRB? My chain of thought here is really for the protection of the consumers, the riders, no, the commuting public. After everything has been said and done between service, but at the end, ang pinakamahalaga ho dito, ang protection ng sumasakay,
sir. Yes, sir.
yung commuter natin. So, what do you recommend with this acknowledging the new technology, the new platform? What do you recommend to make sure that our riding public is protected?
Sir, number one, only those with franchises dapat ang tumakbo. They should stop accrediting and accepting because their numbers are increasing. Right?
But moving forward, no?
Moving forward, sir, in the
this
technical
legislation, no?
Yes, sir. In the technical, define ride sharing, sir. That was why what that was what I mentioned in the presentation. We want to define what is ride sharing because for us, the owner is the driver. You're the one driving your car at your convenient time. Wala hong problema. Yun hong gusto namin. 1 to 2 cars because coding siguro. Meron silang mga ganon. At least it is not, they will not be conflicting with the denomination po ng mga taxi. And we will be coming out, sir, by September with the number, hopefully, that we may allocate to Grab and Uber. As we await your legislation, because in the department order, ang nakabigay ho sa amin is that we accredit the TNCs and we will await legislation.
Sa liabilities po, what do you recommend?
We want them to be liable, sir. Equal.
And what's the logic for the TNCs to be
They're the ones
liability?
accrediting the TNVS. When you accredit, be sure that you accredit qualified, competent, even here, sir. Kasi ang iba nanunutok ng baril. Bakit nakakapasok sa sistema nila yon? Yung iba, sir, this was an actual text. A car driven by a TNC, may bumaril sa kanila, another car, hinabol ng driver. Paano yung rider? What is the protocol? Sir, yung mga ganong tipo, we want you accredit and then you tell them ano ang guidelines because as we accredit you, what we are saying that you are competent and qualified enough to accredit only those who are competent and qualified to be given franchises.
Ma'am, actually,
But of course, just to clarify, even a perfect system
Yes,
cannot
ma'am.
always detect all of those things.
Yes,
There'll
po.
always be a flaw. There'll always be something out of the ordinary. But I understand also your concern. I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, ma'am, definitely acknowledging what James said earlier, they're talking about apples and oranges here. Iba talaga yung serbisyo. And I think even the conventional taxi, si Attorney Bong mentioned, iba talaga yung serbisyo. But my take on this, ma'am, no, that's why I filed the bill, is really to give certainty on the ride sharing and the TNVS operation. And admittedly, malaki ho ang pakinabang nito at ginhawa na binibigay po sa
Yes, sir.
ating publiko. But at the same time rin, acknowledging that ultimately, the decision is with the riding public. No? They make the decision, the market makes the decision, but we also have to make sure that we protect the market. No? And this is where I'm actually quite surprised that at this present scheme, ang riding public wala hong protection ho dito, no? And kahit na ho ina-accredit yung driver, no, and pero at the end of the day, kung ang taong bayan ay pupunta ho sa gobyerno para humingi ng tulong, at yung gobyerno naman wala hong kaalam-alam na meron na palang 63,000 plus na kolorum, problema ho talaga tayo, no?
Actually, may tatanong ako, no? May klila to. Kunyari, sa Grab Uber, meron na aksidente na pasahero ninyo, driven by one of your drivers. What is the liability for Uber? How do you assist the passenger? Meron ba kayong insurance that's transferable to your
on
driver?
Uber po, just to be clear po, all Uber trips, all Uber cars have PAMI insurance. Whether meron pong PA or kahit po wala po silang provisional authority or CPC, covered po sila nung government mandated PAMI insurance. Yung sinabi po ni BM Lizada. So that's number one po. And then
what does that do? What can you explain what's PAMI? PANI?
PAMI po. PAMI is one of the government mandated insurers for all PUVs po.
And what does that cover? Kunyari may na-aksidente, nasa hospital.
Opo, meron po siyang coverage for the rider up to 200,000 po yung sa.
Okay,
May I be allowed
please
to
expound on this.
So lahat po ng 120,000 plus drivers may PAMI insurance?
Sa Uber po, yes po. Sa Grab po, iba po yung sa kanila.
So paano kahit na colorum considered?
Meron po.
So that automatically when they sign up with you, they have to subscribe to that.
Yes, ma'am.
So you take away from the fees that you take from your drivers to be able to pay the insurance
Requirement po
premiums.
namin to be a partner na meron ka dapat PAMI insurance.
Okay, good.
Third party liability to, no? This is the TPL.
Hindi po.
tama ba?
This is rider insurance po.
Rider
This is for the
insur-
passenger po.
Sa Grab, ganun rin ba?
We don't use PAMI, but it's similar. All trips are covered po up to 200,000 pesos per head.
All, no? All of these drivers meron silang ganyan.
All of the drivers po. Yes.
Lahat naman to panandalian lang eh. Because we're hoping to have a regulation that will be more equitable. And I think Mr. Deacon has made this point. We need to regulate, but in tune with the times, whatever this regulation will be. Senator Sherwin, go ahead.
Since we're talking about kanina driving hours and we're now into this drug war, meron bang policy on drug testing with this ride sharing?
For Grab, we do po. All drivers have to undergo a drug test.
Before they enter your system or they are allowed to drive, dapat may drug testing.
They're given a week po to submit. If not, they get deactivated from the system.
So ngayon, lahat na nasa sistema natin pumasa sa drug testing.
I would assume so kasi kung hindi po pumasa yan, tinanggal na po dapat namin.
Ganun rin ba sa Uber?
Sa Uber po, wala pa po ngayon, but we are supportive of a zero-tolerance drug testing policy.
But yung mga drivers yung ba ngayon, mandatory ba yung drug testing sa inyo?
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po.
Ang dami kayong drivers. You have 1,000 drivers. So pwede mo ba i-assure na walang gumagamit ng illegal drugs sa 66,000 na drivers nyo?
Ang minimum requirement po kasi is meron ka pong professional driver's license. And at that level po, nag-drug testing na rin po yun eh. But we are supportive po of a drug testing policy.
Kayo kasi rin ang pumipili ng drivers eh. No? And with the nakakagulat yung colorum na lumalabas, no? We're talking about 60,000. How do we make sure that none of your drivers are involved in illegal drugs, considering that there's also no time limit in driving? Tama po ba? No? They can drive from 2 hours all the way to 24 hours. No? And maraming sumasakay na bata dyan, estudyante. So how do we get that assurance from from Uber?
We are open to that policy po.
That's a problem eh, no, ma'am? And that's why I do agree, no, that this is a new technology, but it's imbued with public interest. And when public protection comes in, I think that's the primary responsibility of government. No? So that's also one aspect that we want to place in the bill.
Madam Chair, with the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, probably it's also probably Uber and Grab also can take note that probably it's wise to have regulation yung time. No? Siguro minimum 8 to 12 hours probably. Kasi yan na nga yung cases eh. No? LTFRB knows that some of in the past there are instances that bus drivers, yung mga long haul, especially they drive from 8 to 12 hours or more. Eh minsan nagte-take na sila ng shabu para lamang gising, di ba? So I think it will be wise also. I think it will be, alam naman, pwede naman mag-check-in sila kung malalaman kung kailan sila nagsimula. So yun lang, I think it will be wise, Madam Chair, to have red flags kung sumusobra sila sa oras nila.
Sir,
actually, go ahead. No, hindi. It's still Senator Sherwin's time.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, sir. Sir Senator. I've been driving Uber and Grab. Pagka lumagpas na po kami sa oras, may nagte-text or nag-ano sa amin ng email. Opo.
Ano yung lagpas sa oras? So sa isang araw?
Sa isang araw, pagka lumagpas na po kami, may nag-email po sa amin.
Ilang oras yon?
After 12 hours?
12 hours.
Dati pa yun ang mga system, ma'am. Opo.
Okay.
In fairness to...
No, kung yung driver ayaw makinig, gusto pa niya mag-drive ng more than 12 hours, pwede ba i-deactivate siya? Dini-deactivate ba yan?
Sir, just to put a bit more color to this discussion, the full-time drivers po, the ones who earn the most on the platform, kadalasan po nagbabiyahe sila mga 12 to 14 hours as compared to some of them are ex-taxi drivers who would drive, kasi taxi driver po salitan yan, they drive 1 day on, 1 day off. So taxi drivers po actually drive longer hours than Grab. That's why when Grab Taxi una po lumabas, maraming tumangkilik na taxi driver. Kasi it helped them make the income level.
What's the regulation for conventional taxi, Attorney Lizada?
Sir, right now what we have is for the bus 6 hours straight. For taxi, probably si Attorney Suntay can, what's the practice po nila? There's no
regulation for
none,
that?
sir.
But usually it's between 12 to 16 hours. Dahil
in driving a day, there are times na madaming pasahero, may mga times na walang pasahero. So some operators run it on 12-hour. Yung 4 to 4 in the morning, 4 to up to 4 in the afternoon, tas 4 in the afternoon up to 4 in the morning. May iba naman 24 hours, but drivers do not manage to drive that long.
I'd like to urge LTFRB to look into this dahil this is becoming an issue, no, yung long hours. And ako marami ako nakakausap rin ng mga taxi operators and drivers and also on the street. And it's being linked to the use of illegal drugs because of the long hours. No, I think that's a open secret in many accidents that happen here in our country. And I think it's about time really to look at kung meron tayo sa bus, no. I think dapat meron rin tayo sa ibang mga mode of public transportation.
Yes, sir. We will have a dialogue with the taxi operators regarding yung kanilang operation as well, sir.
Thank you. We will now go ahead with the resource persons. I'll try to wrap this up by 2 p.m. So let's be equitable here also with our time. We have a lot of things to say. But let me begin first with, I think, our first concern. Ilan ba dapat ang i-accredit ng LTFRB? And I think that an engineer should be able to share an insight. Engineer Santiago and Dr. Cal. Maikli lang po kasi hindi naman kami scientific, ano? We will delve into this in detail when we have our technical working group. And I'd like to invite already the productive members of this panel to join us as we craft the law. And our Senate President said that his list of priority bills is evolving, so maybe we can have this passed by early next year so that you won't be left in the dark also, LTFRB. So let's begin with Engineer Santiago. Your take on this, how many should be accredited? What do you think our roads can take? And then Dr. Cal.
The concept of how many numbers is difficult, although the first theoretical basis for which LTFRB and DOTC are now using was actually a concept I developed in the 1980s when I was asked by the first Secretary of Department of Transportation to make practical the route measured capacity. He also asked me to study at that time whether such a number can be applied on taxi. So we conducted the taxi industry study. The conclusion I make is the government cannot determine what that number is. For the simple reason it's static, and we have a very dynamic situation. During rush hours, all the buses are lacking. During off-peak hours, they're in surplus. So what you really need is some kind of a system manager that allocates the demand and the supply. And I think based on the technology I've seen so far, Uber and Grab is doing exactly that and letting the market decide what is that magic number. If the LTFRB would like me to expound and teach them what that route measured capacity is, by all means, I would like to help. But it is a fool's errand to look for a magic number.
Oh, thank you. Clarification. In fact, LTFRB, are you even commissioning a study right now? You can't rely on the data presented to you by Grab or Uber. Meron ba kayo? O wala kayo walang budget yan sa inyo?
So sa ngayon, ma'am, wala.
Okay, malinaw yon. Thank you, Engineer Santiago. Now, Dr. Cal, do you agree?
I agree. In fact, the proposed bills, I'm very glad that the three bills that are filed really proposes a legal framework, by the way, that's different from the existing Public Service Act. I noted that authorities now are trying to fit the operation of the TNS into this legal framework when what is needed is to change the legal framework. And the bills that are filed will put in place a legal framework that is suitable although different from the Public Service Act. On the issue, by the way, of numbers, I'm very glad that the bills that are also filed supports allowing the market forces to operate, because I believe that the economic aspects of the operation should be liberalized without any cap on the number of accredited TNDs and specifications on the periods and areas of operation. But having said that, I also believe that aspects impinging on safety and level of service should be strictly regulated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tignan mo, ang gagaling ng resource persons namin, di ba? They've been working with us for many months now on the emergency powers. I just wish our bill was heeded. It would have really helped greatly in easing the traffic congestion with the great traffic plan of these two gentlemen here. But anyway, going back, letting market forces decide is vital here. Also, defining ride sharing, if we limit it nga and we say it has to be owner-driven or just until 2 or 3 registered fleets or cars, I think that will still limit the number of applicants. We won't see this many with 70 that will actually add and defeat the purpose of ride sharing. So, yun ma'am, this is something that we need to study kasi one of the questions that we have in mind is how soon will you be able to resolve this issue? They have pending applicants. As the two experts point out, we can't really limit, but maybe we can say that strictly they have to be either owner-driven or just until 1 or 2 per registered participant. Things like that that we need to determine. Okay. Kasi gusto ko rin naman bigyan ng pagkakataon dito, no? Ang taxi driver, na paano kami tutulong sa inyo, ano ba yung mga nagiging problema, tapos yung sumasakay talaga ng Uber and Grab para matuto tayo sa isa't isa.
Ma'am, magandang hapon po. Ako po yung taxi driver. Napakahirap na po ng kalagayan namin ngayon po. Kasi sa sobrang dami na dumadami yung Grab at Uber, lumiliit na ang kita namin.
Ano po yung kinikita nyo sa isang araw?
Ngayon po, 300 na lang ho yata, ma'am.
300. Wala pa nga minsan sa minimum wage yun. LTFRB, bakit 8 taon na hindi pa rin pinapayagan na magkaroon ng price increase? Halimbawa ang ating mga taxi drivers or yung mga taxi operators. Wala, okay. Bigyan muna natin siya ng ano. So, paano yun? Kung 300 na lang kinikita nyo, gaano ka nakatagal na nagda-drive ng taxi?
Almost na po, 20 years na po.
20 years na ngayon. Matanong ko kayo, no? Minsan talaga pag traffic, siguro kayo na rin mismo ang umaayaw na rin, di ba?
Totoo po yun, ma'am.
At hindi mo rin masisisi. Dahil nga sobrang lugi, 70 pesos per hour ba? Yun yung nabanggit kanina?
Opo, ma'am. Ganun nga po.
Ilan ang anak ninyo?
2 po.
Mabuti na lang, 2. Ay, ilan daw ang asawa? Di bale. Isa lang naman talaga dapat ang asawa. Talaga. Tapos, gaano ka naman, hindi, naisip mo ba na sana magmaneho ka na lang ng Uber o Grab?
Hindi po, ma'am eh.
Bakit?
Hindi po ako masyado marunong sa technology po eh.
Oh, so isang bagay rin yan na nakukonsidera natin. Pero meron bang nangungotong sa inyo ng mga
Mahirap na po magsalita ho, ma'am.
Hindi ba na di bale dito tayo lang naman nakikinig dito eh. Tayo lang. Anong pangalan, anong itsura, nasa nakadestino? Hindi. Sabihin lang ninyo, hindi naman kailangan sabihin kung sino muna. Meron?
Meron, ma'am. Mahirap.
Bakit sila nangungotong? Dahil, kunyari, nakapark kayo illegally? Anong dahilan?
Kahit walang dahilan po. Minsan po, siyempre, yung tawag ng kalikasan po. iihi lang po kayo, ma'am. Bigla po darating yung towing ano eh.
Mahal yung towing. Magkano yung towing?
3.5 po.
Akalain mo yon, kikita ka ng 300, 3.5 yon. So, 10 araw, hindi mo pa nababawi yung ginasta mo dun sa towing.
Yes, ma'am. Tapos yung kakain ka ho, ma'am, siyempre magugutom ka rin po.
Mm.
Eh, papark ka rin po. Bigla pong darating yung mga totowingin din po yung sasakyan nyo.
Kaya nga dapat talaga may mga designated areas para dito din sa mga taxi pag tumitigil. Tsaka designated places where they can go to relieve themselves, di ba? I mean, anyway, so maraming salamat po sa inyong testimonya ngayon. Malaking, sa tingin ko, ikaw ay nagsalita, hindi para sa sarili mo, para sa ilang daang libong mga taxi drivers rin.
Totoo po yun, ma'am.
Pero, syempre, dahil nga sa panahon, teknolohiya, ganyan. Meron talagang kompetisyon, hindi yan pwedeng mawala. May mga ibang reklamo naman dito sa Grab and Uber na napakataas ng kanilang singil. Pero yan kasi ang binabayaran mo dahil ikaw mismo pumili na kunin yung convenience na yan. Hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na kayo-kayo na lang. Gusto natin protektahan ang ating mga drivers ng taxi. Pero kailangan din natin na makibagay sa panahon. Yung kakulangan natin sa ibang bagay, dapat din natin punuan. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala kasi yung inyong kalagayan rin ay aming iintindihin sa pagbalangkas namin ng batas. Dahil hindi naman makatarungan na nakapako na lang kayo sa 8 taon na hindi tinataasan ang inyong pasahe. Ma'am, pasensya na, in demand kayo, Attorney Lizada. Tanong ko lang po, bakit 8 taon hindi pa rin tinataasan yung flag down rate ng mga taxi? Sino pong pumipigil sa inyo?
On my way out, I spoke to ASEC Medina and then she informed me that she was one of those who opposed. And then, inupuan kasi election.
Opposed the price increase?
Yes, and then, sabi ko, i-report mo yan dun. She opposed the price kasi she was with the commuters group that time. Every time we have a fare hike, petition for fare hike, we listen to all the groups. She is the president of the commuters group.
And now she's with the OTR.
Yes, she's
so
with
she's
the
beginning
OTR.
to see the other side.
Yes.
No, but see, here's the thing. This is actually presenting you an opportunity. You have another one that's a thriving business that you can present even to the consumers. Tingnan mo ito, pinapayagan ninyo eh. Maraming sumasakay dito, bakit dito hindi natin pwedeng payagan? So, mas maayos na ang inyong kinatatayuan ngayon para madetermina na kailangan patas yung laban kasi meron ng competition. Sandali lamang puntahan muna natin yung sumasakay naman ng Grab Uber. Bakit mo pinipili ang Grab and Uber maski na mas mahal kesa sa taxi?
Okay,
Go ahead, Miss Delara.
Good afternoon. Let me start off saying, let us ask why the demand of Uber and Grab are rising and why most commuters prefer these ride-hailing applications. It is because the demand for a reliable, efficient, and effective public transportation does not meet the standards of the commuters. The reason why I chose Grab and Uber, I've only used Grab and Uber for 3 months and yung mga taxis kasi, I've experienced one time, I was from Mall of Asia to UST, 5 taxi drivers didn't want to send me to that destination. And also, I also experienced one time when a taxi driver asked me to pay 300 pesos plus another 50 pesos kasi heavy traffic. And imagine that, don't you just pity also yung Grab and Uber drivers because they don't have a choice but to fetch that person to a specific destination kahit sobrang malayo. Diba? So,
So pinatotoo mo lang na yung mga ibang taxi are adapting by having their own premium. In short, under the table, premium na binibigay. Parang sabihin na natin, extra tip. Diba? So nagbayad ka ng extra. Magkano binayad mong extra?
around 50
50 pesos. Actually, hindi na rin yun masyado mataas. Pero tignan nyo, kung hindi natin nare-regulate ng tama, gagawa rin ng paraan yan eh. Obviously, may kakulangan. Okay. So, how about you?
Yes, hi, Madam Chair. I'm Angeline Veray with the TNVS community. We are actually the partners and peers ng Uber and Grab, and some of us are owner-drivers and some are drivers. So we represent them in a group. May mga groups kami and leaders. Now, we just wanted to be represented in this forum because we appreciate the invite, but it seems that everyone is talking to each other and not to us. So, in this act, well, we were able to read the bill and everything. Actually, may notes kami and we have a position paper here na complete. But unfortunately, we are not able to voice out our concerns kasi umiikot sa TNC, sa taxi, and sa riders yung conversation. And meron din kaming issues in terms of sustainability and also with our drivers, as mentioned by one of the riders, na wala silang choice but to get those trips because that's what's being mandated with the apps. And also, of course, safety. Because all the riders, pwede ka lang mag-download ng app and then you can just go on and ride. We are not assured that those riders are actually safe. And no one is actually thinking of the safety of our drivers as well. So puro riding public. We have nothing against riding public, but we just wanted to make sure that the TNVS community or the drivers and the partners are being considered in the creation of the legislation and also in the definition of ride sharing para alam namin kung saan kami nag-fit because there are a lot of pending applications really and we just wanted to comply, but we are not technically we're not legal right now because wala kaming, our papers are already there pero wala pa rin naibabalik. So hopefully that can be considered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, the drivers are a concern here. That's why we're also drafting this to be fair with everyone concerned. I think Ms. Akwal, very quickly, you had something to say.
Yes, I'm happy that you're coming up with a law regulating now the TNVS. But I think that moving forward, the law should cover more. Meaning to say that the Uber started as a ride sharing. Consider that as one category. But they've also come in with fleets of owners coming out with a fleet of 10, 20, 30, 60 taxis. They should be covered in another category. And since technology is here and the taxi operators are going to also go into the apps, therefore, they should also be included here in the law that you will craft. So we'd like to say that because technology is here, ICT, then therefore probably you can also consult the DICT for rates, for management of fleets, you know, because then you can also, with the NTC, what do you call this, regulate the apps as well.
No, I understand we need to get experts to give their contributions, but I'm a little bit concerned about including more government agencies to regulate.
No, not to regulate, but to consult. To
Yes,
consult them
definitely
in the
to
crafting.
consult.
Yeah, in the crafting of the law.
Oo nga naman, kasi ang LTFRB wouldn't really know much about IT and the possible repercussions if ever, so I understand. Thank you for your suggestion. Top Speed founder, you have something to say very quickly.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Chair. Actually, I would just like to clarify regarding to the fares. The high fare issue between Grab and Uber, from the first time it started, it goes to the issue na talagang mahal lang pamasahe. It goes up to the maximum, minsan hanggang 4 times po. Pero po, this year po, we just want to competitive prices na. So, nararanasan din po namin yung mga fare na like 70 pesos for 1 hour ride. Pero sinusundo at hinahatid po namin sila based on dun sa kung pangangailangan ng demand. Ngayon po, ganito po. Ang gusto po namin lang po sanang iparating na magkaroon po ng linaw sa amin between operators and drivers na may mga members din po kami na OFW na pumunta sa Pilipinas kasi maganda ang kita. So, ang gusto po namin, magkaroon po ng patas na panuntunan na kung saan alam namin kung saan po kami gumagalaw. Nagko-comply po kami with regards sa requirements. Pero yun lang po, yung voice out lang po namin, which is parang kami yung nabibiktima. Although we serve the public, we want to gain their trust. At ito na nga po, nakukuha naman po namin. So, maraming salamat po at nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon na to na nalinaw po lahat ng mga issues na ang alam lang namin, which is LTFRB, na TNCs lang ang nagkakaroon ng usapan. Kaya na-enlighted po, lalo po yung mga buo pa po na, kaya po nabubuo yung mga transport groups kasi dahil po dito eh. Nagsimula lang po kami bilang isang operator lang na nag-a-apply, which is from the TNC. Hindi na po namin alam yung susunod na, ay, may LTFRB pa pala, na nag-aantay kami, which is, nag-apply ako, mag-aantay ka 2 months. Pwede ka na mag-comply bago mag-CPC, which is, pag-apply mo pa lang, from the first day, activated ka na. So, parang, pwede ka na bumiyahe. So, ito lang po, maraming po salamat.
Yun nga yung maganda. In a way, Grab and Uber has learned to bypass the system because there's no regulation in that frontier, which is fine because to an extent, because obviously, that's what the market needs now, faster action by the government, whether yes or no, and then you're able to fill a need. And we're also seeing opportunities for our OFWs to be able to work here with this setup. That's why it's filling a need. Hindi naman to just luxury on the part of our riders. This is also something that before wasn't an opportunity that was being provided.
Mr. Chairman, may I add an addition. Actually, yung member ko na OFW, actually 5 sila. Tuwang-tuwa kasi nakauwi sila sa Pilipinas, nakakasama nila yung mga minamahal nila sa buhay dahil din dito sa TNC business na to.
Oo nga, dati magta-taxi driver sila pero masyado silang nakatali rin dun sa may-ari ng taxi. Mas may flexibility dito sa setup ng Grab and Uber. But hindi nga, may pangangailangan. Tama din yung sinabi na I'm happy that Attorney Suntay has acknowledged there's a need for both. It's just that we need to give them both a level playing field, but it doesn't mean that one regulation fits all. 'Di ba? Iba naman kasi yung ano. So, maybe gusto ko pang closing si Mr. Deacon uli para maganda yung tempo natin bago tayo magsara. So, ito yung medyo nagiging mas blooming ngayon si Ms. Medina sa kanyang bagong trabaho. Ma'am, may idadagdag ba kayong maikli lamang?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm sitting here on the other side of the table now. The new president of the National Center for Commuter Safety and Protection is Ms. Mariko Acol. I would just like to let you know, ma'am, that NCCSPI is willing to help in the IT requirements of LTFRB because our president has been the president of the IT Foundation of the Philippines and PTEF, and she's very, very qualified to assist, especially in the requirements of LTFRB and all the other stakeholders. But at this point in time,
Ms. Medina, thank you for endorsing Ms. Acol. Yes, of course. I've heard about her. We've had her in several of our hearings. My question to you is this. You were on the other side of the fence at the time when you were opposing the price increase of the flag down rate for taxis. That's been 8 years. Ganon kayo kalakas at effective. Pero 8 years na hindi nakapagtaas ng pamasahe. Ano yung dahilan? Ba't hindi kayo pumayag noon? At ngayon, anong pananaw mo?
Actually, ma'am, I agree, and I am not apologizing for that. In 2015, Attorney Sontay and the group of Pintoa had petitioned for a fare increase, which we manifested in no opposition. That was at the time of Chairman Hines. However, the board did not meet about it anymore and did not give any reaction. Ni-reduce pa po pala nila. So instead
yung petition nyo, sinasabi nyo, dapat walang fare increase. Ikaw,
meron po
pumayag
sana.
ka na.
Pumayag po
ng
kami.
2015.
Opo.
Okay.
Kaya lang po, instead of increasing, binaba pa nila because ma'am, you remember that was election time.
So nagpapogi sila Hines?
Yes po.
Okay. Pero at that time, naiintindihan mo na yung sitwasyon ng mga
Opo,
taxi na yun.
because I understood that the length of time also, mayroon naman nag-increase. As I said before, yung 1 kilong bigas noon, ibang presyo na. So we knew the predicament already of
So-
the ano.
So LTFRB, ngayon, ba't hindi pa rin ninyo pinapayagan habang we're sorting this out?
We had a special board meeting last week, ma'am.
So, okay,
we
bago
are-
natin ilabas. So are they being more receptive to your needs, Attorney Suntay?
Yes, ma'am. We're very happy with the actions of the board. In fairness with them, when the new board sat down, we filed our a reiteration of our petition for
So
fair
when are
and
you
fair.
going to be able to come up with a decision on whatever that is? Ayoko pangunahan muna yung ating mga pasahero
Before the month ends.
before the month ends. If you already have an insight, why does it take that long?
Ma'am, kasi Chairman Delga is out on official trip with Secretary Tugade. And then next week, there are 2 days for strategic meetings. So we might take that up during our strategic meeting po.
But I think that in the meantime that we're sorting out the best solution, I think they should be allowed some sort of leeway.
I do not want to preempt the 2 members, but
Okay.
yes, ma'am,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
understand. We do understand that.
One more point, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Medina.
With all these things that we are discussing right now, let us please do not lose sight of the fact that the safety of the commuters is primordial to any other, whether that's convenience, that's efficiency. The safety should be on the top of our list, and all the others would be down below. Let us pinpoint that. Second, since, as I have said, our organization, NGO, is well equipped now to be able to help all stakeholders regarding the apps, will Grab, Uber, and the other apps be willing to data share with the LTFRB? Will they be willing to share an updated listing and also the hours by which their drivers have been working? These are critical points which Senator JV has already emphasized.
I think, Ms. Medina, you have a good point there. Maybe now there's nothing that will compel them to do that. They can always claim proprietary, but when we craft the laws, and we have to say, you have to tell us exactly how many applicants you have, how many you have in your system, how long they're driving, what your safety measures are, etc. So that will be part of the law.
Okay. And then also,
lastly,
the data that they showed, I would like to ask if we have any data that will tell us how many of the passengers are actually owners of cars that leave their cars and take their TNVS. Do we have any data on that? Because what we're saying is that we are lifting the number of cars on the road, because most of the people I see taking that type of service are also the same consumers who are taking the taxis, but they still like it because it looks like, of course, it looks like as if you have your own car coming in and out. Okay, the other thing, this is very, very important. The reason why there is a big bulk now of people waiting for their cars to be accredited, because there is non-stop advertising of people saying, come and join us as our partner.
pero
Until
ma'am,
this
there's
very
nothing
time.
you can do anything about that.
In most
No,
industries,
this is really the free market. Now,
Yes.
but you have to have truth in advertising also. So, right now, you cannot accept applications. Sinabihan na kayo. Buti nga hindi sinususpend because we mediated the effort also, Senator JV, that the ones that are still unregistered or are given provisionary permits are still allowed to run for the benefit of the passengers. But, you know, when you advertise, I see your point, people think it's still good. But again, ma'am, you cannot say, huwag kayong mag-guys.
in most industries, Madam Chair, with due respect, in most industries, people who are into that industry have to ask permission from the regulating agencies. For example, if it's a food or cosmetic or drug product, you have to go first to FDI and ask for permission. If it is spare parts or any other you should go to DTI. So there are things like those that are now prevailing. I do not know. Well, in terms of the industry, of course, I don't think there is
Well,
any.
they still have to go through maybe the Ad Standards Council, I mean, the Billboard Association before they can put up those things. There are steps. I am a lawmaker, but any more regulation, I think, is too much. Okay, unless we see there's a need for it to stop. So don't abuse it, because otherwise, we won't also hesitate to regulate if we feel that it's being abused. But I see your point.
One last, ma'am.
Alam mo, maraming last dito, pero hindi natatapos.
May forever, ma'am. Ito last talaga.
Ay, hindi. Okay. Ayoko ng forever pagdating sa mga desisyon.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. One last thing is that for the past weeks, the LTFRB had been bashed. They had been, well, maligned. But my question is, did any of the two or any of these TNCs hire ad agencies using minions and all the other to bash the LTFRB?
Ma'am, I think we're going off topic. I understand what you're saying. Maraming trolls, maraming fake news. That's the free market. That's the sad or happy reality. They will get their PR firm. No one is stopping LTFRB from getting their own advocates to speak out. You're one of them now. And that's fine. We're just asking the media to be fair. That's all we can do. But we cannot point a gun at them and say, no, you can't get your people to talk nicely about you. But what I know is this. No idea will last anyway if it's untrue. So obviously there's a following and there are people who are agreeing because they absolutely enjoy the service. Otherwise, kung propaganda lang yan, sandali lang yan. They'll spend millions and it will not take off. So anyway, for sure, meron silang PR. Let's just agree on that. Is it illegal? No. And I'm not going to regulate that. I mean, public information, I'm not going to say, oh, bawal yan. Pero yung fake news, pag nahuli kayo, pwede rin kayo talagang maging liable. Okay, sir, your designation, saan po kayo? Grab driver, sige po.
Grab driver po. Yung ano po, nalilito po kasi kami, lalo na ako bilang pong Grab driver. Sa TNBS din po ako eh. Nalilito po ako kung ano po ba ang guidelines na kailangan namin sundin para magkaroon kami ng CPC or prangkisa. Saka po kung ano po ba, yung 10 units po ba kailangan namin magkaroon or papayagan niyo po ba kaming mag-register as a group, collectively, kung meron kami mga grupong hawak. Saka po yung kailan po malilift yung suspension po nung accreditation po.
Yun ang tanong natin, ilan ba yung naka-pending sa inyo? Ilang thousands? Kasi I think Grab and Uber, you only have about 3,000 that actually have the permits, right? The Certificate of Public Convenience, right? Mga ganun lang. Ilan ang pending sa LTFRB?
Sir, ma'am?
Sila muna.
Well, ma'am, since when it was suspended on last year, we had around 7,000 that was submitted. So around 7,000 that was
7,000 is still not acted upon.
I think decisions have been made on some. How many? Sir, so we've had dismissals of around 2,400 of those 7,000.
Okay, so you have
So
about
4,500
that are pending. How about Uber?
Madam Chairman, with the as to pending with the LTFRB, konti na lang po yun, less than 1,000 na lang po yun kasi nga po marami na pong na-dismiss and so hindi po problema yung naka-pending po right now.
Ano yung problema?
Yung hindi po makapag-apply everyone who has signed up. So
because of their memorandum circular in
Yes,
2016.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now the issue is when will that be lifted?
Yes, ma'am.
And what will happen to the 40,000+ more that's pending, right, in your database? Okay, yun na yung ating mahiwagang tanong sa LTFRB. So since your memorandum circular last year of June, you haven't been accrediting anymore, or you haven't been accepting. We've heard from the experts you cannot limit. Okay? You cannot limit the number, or at least there's no study. So at least in consideration that there's still a demand that's not being met, do you have any intention to accredit those that haven't been accredited? Or, yes, those applications that have not been accepted?
As far as we are concerned, ma'am, pending ho sa amin ngayon, 10,000 plus. So we are processing that plus the 3,999. So we're seeing an estimate number of 14,000 additional 10,000 additional TNVS. This will take us around 2 months po because there are other denominations as well that we conduct hearings. May mga bus, may mga jeep, may mga taxis
Kasi ma'am,
po.
ganito yun, no? So, 50,000 na ang, sorry, you have to remind me, Attorney Eves, 50,000 ba yung hindi pa yung hindi tinatanggap yung application? Ilan?
As to applications, ma'am, right now we have about 25,000 ready for filing today if we were allowed.
No, so 25,000. But these 25,000 is actually already activated, right? So they're on the road now, and yet there's a gap in the need, right? So yung 25,000 na hindi pa na-accept yung application, tumatakbo na po yung serbisyo niyan. Pero may kakulangan pa rin sa pangangailangan ng ating mga pasahero. So, masasabi ba natin, ma'am, na tatanggapin ninyo yan? At least, if they can comply with your requirements. This is something that you'll have to meet about. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's the output of the technical working group.
How soon will you be able to resolve?
September, ma'am.
By September.
The latest is September. We
So,
will, yes, ma'am.
But so as of this time, tuloy pa rin yan na na nakakapag
As we are, the decision has not become final because they filed the respective MRs. Once we resolve the MR, hopefully before September, and hopefully by that time we already have the exact numbers for the TNCs.
Oo, kasi alam mo, ganito lang yon, no? Huwag na muna kayong tumanggap na ng application para wala din backlog na masyado. And then, if there's a need later on, then that's the only time that you do so. But, competition here will not be, well, right now you're enjoying a windfall. But hopefully this administration will act on our rail system, a subway system, more coaches for our MRT. You'll also be faced with stiffer competition. That's why we're also looking at that. Okay. Ma'am,
May I add, they just submitted their master list. So we also have to do a cross-checking because some of their operators are also operators of Grab or Uber or Grab. So we have to cross-match their data. And once we have those numbers, then we want to ask, ilan ang inactive sa kanila? So take out your inactive in your database. When you say inactive, how many months? Because for Grab, it's 2 months without taking a ride. For Uber, they say it's 6 months without taking a ride. Ma'am, the franchise of government is only 1 year. So,
yeah, I see. UHOP, di ba? UV Express.
UV Express.
Kasi merong UHOP dito na sinasabi nila lahat ng UHOP colorum din. Okay, UV Express, what's your concern?
Dahil kasi may nasa probinsya ho kami, dahil ang UHOP po nag-ooperate ho sa mga probinsya. Dahil ang nangyayari, dahil ang pinag-uusapan ng ulang natin dito ay Grab at saka Uber. Ang UHOP ay, ang alam ho namin, ito ho ay bawal mag-pick and drop. Dahil ito ho ay nagiging kalaban na ho namin ng UB. Hanggang ngayon ho, ganun pa rin ho ang operation nila. Dahil kami ho mga nasa probinsya, dun ho nag-ooperate ho ang mga UHOP. Dahil ang pinag-uusapan ho kasi dito sa ating pinag-uusapan, Grab at Uber lamang. Pero ang ina-apply ho ng TNBS na. Pag ho ang TNBS, kasama na ho UHOP. Ay kami ho ay naapektuhan, kami mga nasa probinsya.
Pero sila po ay kumukuha ng masasakyan, app rin ang ginagamit kahit sa probinsya. Ganun po ba?
Sa probinsya po, ang sangayon sa kanilang regulasyon ay bawal ho sa terminal, bawal ho sila sa pagsahod, bawal ho sila. Eto ho, katunayan may mga picture na ho kami.
Hindi, ganito lang po yun eh. Kung sila ay kumukuha ng pasahero na dyan sa gilid-gilid, colorum lang yan kung wala silang Pero kung meron silang app nga na sinasabi, tapos dun sila kinokontrata, medyo maselan po yon, iba na yon. Pero nakikita kong kompetensya sa inyo kasi kayo nga legal na, no, ito nga yung nagiging issue sa lahat. So what we're seeing here, he's presenting another need. Kaya sa probinsya yan, kasi maraming mga sinasakay na kalakal dito sa mga UV, di ba? Hindi katulad sa mga taxi, hindi ano. So yung mga pananim ng ating mga magsasaka, yung mga ani nila, ganon, dun yon.
Ito mamay meron ho silang sign na LTFRB at DOTR na may mga marking ho sila, may marking ho ang tabi, nakatunayan sila yung mga UHAB at saka TNBS ho mismo.
So gumawa sila ng sarili nila, may mga mark, pero so kung kumukuha lang sila doon at hindi sa app at nagpapasakay sila ng ganyan, edi colorum lang talaga yon. Trabaho ng LTFRB na matunton kung sino yung mga yan.
Dahil kasi ho, ini-issuean ho sila ng PA. Pagka ngayon, natanggal na ho yung PA, sa 45 days lang ho ma'am yan eh. Ngayon ay may naririnig na naman ho ako sa mga region, nag-i-issue na naman ho sila ng PA. Ngayon ay sabi nga, sang-ayon sa alam ko, pagkakaalam ho namin, ay main office ho ang nag-i-issue. Ay meron hong mga kaano sa mga region. Yun
Sige po, i-submit po ninyo yung mga litrato na yan and this will be part of the hearing. Now, very quickly, 2 minutes. Sir?
Ma'am, I'm Marvin de la Cruz, Chairman and CEO of UHAP. Pangatlo po kami sa PNC na nabigyan ng prangkisa.
Okay, so ikaw pala yun. Okay,
yes,
so
po.
go ahead.
Kagaya po ng, nung una tayong present sa DOTC, ang purpose po talaga ng UHAP is ride sharing. So we focus on the bigger vehicle. So ang purpose po namin is to provide a round trip 99 pesos from the office to home and back and forth. So basically, kung ang decision po ng UHAP is kung pupunta ka naman ng isang direksyon, bakit pa kailangan kumuha ng isang sasakyan when you can join each other and reach the same destination. So, naka-base po kami. Meron po kami yung tawag na ride later. So basically po, kung araw-araw ka naman pumupunta halimbawa ng Senate, hindi mo na kinakailangan araw-araw mag-book na tuwing umaga, tuwing hapon. Actually, tungkol po sa concern ni Mr. Makasait, I believe po na nagkaroon na po ng mga proper hearing dito and it was dismissed po due to lack of evidence. Dumaan po kami sa lahat ng proseso, ma'am. Sa matter of fact, kung hindi niyo po alam, ang UHAP po is the only Filipino company who first applied for the TNC. Pero kami po yung huling nabigyan ng lisensya. Sa totoo po, ng 3 beses po kami umabot ng DOTC bago kami na-reconsider.
Ilan po yung, so may app din kayo?
Yes po.
Mga ilan po yung miyembro?
Actually po ma'am, ang total submitted member po namin as of today sa alas po nung nasubmit po kami sa LTFRB, nasa 5,000 po siya. Hindi po namin siya ma-activate, although ma'am, you won't believe na we have a lot of subscriber. Kasi po yung mga call centers, eskwelahan, yan po yung mga market na hindi ma-serve masyado ng Grab and Uber kasi medyo mahal. So what we initially intend is not to compete with Grab and Uber, but to coexist. So we target the market na kagaya po ng mga empleyado natin dito sa Senate. Hindi naman nila kaya magbayad ng 200, 300 pesos pupunta rito. So we can pull them all together.
Maganda rin yan. Actually, yes. Nakakabawas sa sasakyan.
Yes po.
Mas marami kayo.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we even presented this to Sir James Dickens last time with my co-board, Arlene. We were trying to say is, there's a lot of room para sa transportation. Imagine niyo po kami ang aming service, hindi ka napipila sa terminal. Darating na lang doon yung service mo sa oras ng gusto mong dumating yung service mo.
Pero mas mahal ng konti. At saka meron kayong price variable.
Wala po, fix po yan. It's just 99 po siya, round trip.
Naku, malaking competition yan sa kasi may app.
Yes
po. Difference lang, may app kayo.
May app po yun ma'am, pero is our promotion po eh. We don't do searching. Wala po kaming stores. And ang kagandahan po kasi sa amin, we provide a guarantee income sa driver. May sweldo po sila, meron silang SSS, meron po silang ganyan. And then, yung pong operator, meron po silang guaranteed income.
Okay. Pero totoo ba yung sinasabi na may nakamarka?
Meron po ma'am talaga nakamarka. Sa matter of fact po ma'am, yun po is policy ng LTFRB na may marking. Which is, kami nga lang pong sumusunod dito eh. May marking dapat.
Maganda. So, this is a Filipino company.
Yes po.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tapos kayo pa nahuli, no?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, ma'am, sabi nga, we won already a lot of international recognitions. Dito lang talaga kami sa Pilipinas ay significant pa sa ngayon kasi nga hindi naman kami kilala. We don't have the resources as similar as the other two. But we are trying to coexist. We embrace the competition. It's just that the regulation, katulad ng sinasabi kanina ni Mr. Makasait, we will not deny po na meron talagang merong pick-up point. Inabi po namin yung kay Ma'am Lisada, kay Chairman, na hindi po lahat, especially provincial, covered ng internet. So ang ginagawa po namin, meron silang pick-up point. Kagaya po nakikita nyo sa airport na merong Grab na booth, kami po nagbubook na, hindi na po yung passenger. The passenger will come to the booth, sabi nila, mag-shopping muna kami, punta muna kami sa loob, pero after 1 hour, we will ride.
Nako, isa na namang yan. Isang dimension yan. Kasi una muna dapat app-based. No?
App-based po, ma'am, siya. App-based po, meron po kasing ride later. Meaning po, halimbawa, nanonood po kayo ng sine. Siyempre po, ma'am, alam niyo, matapos kayo 9 o'clock ng gabi. Pwede na po kayo mag-book ng 9:30. So we will allocate na po a particular fleet on 9:30 para hindi na po kayo, baka wala akong masakyan, baka mamaya malita ko.
Pero, kahit hindi marunong sa internet, pwedeng i-book kasi meron kayong pwesto
Internet pa rin po, ma'am, yan.
Ha?
Meron po silang device sa booth.
Hindi. Pwede. ang sinasabi natin, portable, dala-dala ng mismong consumer.
Meron po, ma'am, kahit po, ma'am, yung sa airport,
okay.
yung kita.
Ang sinasabi ko lang, nanganganak ang teknolohiya.
Yes, ma'am.
So nakikita natin na may ganitong uri ng pangangailangan din dahil hindi naman lahat tayo internet, I guess, savvy or not even savvy but literate even. Diba? Yung iba, hindi naman, So iba na naman yan. Kasi sasabihan, hindi naman kayo app-based lang diba? So dalawa yan. So it will go again with the taxi na, kung meron kayong app-based, pero meron din kayong yung pick-up point, dapat may adjusted rate. So ang laki ng trabaho talaga ng LTFRB. Last na lang to, I think. Okay, go ahead.
Attorney Lacambra po for TNVS drivers and operators. May issue rin po kami yung dual citizen na tinatawag. Both drivers and operators are registered simultaneously with 2 different TNCs. Ang aming suggestion po ay if eventually magkaroon po ng single CPC, Certificate of Public Convenience. Kasi ang nangyayari po ngayon, we apply for 2 different CPC or provisional authority. So, but we are engaging in one and the same service, that is TNVS po.
Okay, this is what you're all bringing out good points here. But it will only be productive if you will pursue it in our technical hearings. Because ito yung magiging basis for crafting the law. We have 3 and then kausapin niyo si si Engineer Santiago. Kasi baliwala itong hearing na to kung hindi natin talaga tatapusin yung batas para kaagad-agad ay mapatupad na. So, I think now I will close and I will ask Mr. Deacon to give us a few more insights before I give my conclusion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, I'd like to just close with what I said earlier because I think that's the point. It does require its own legislation. If we don't want it to compete with the taxis, which it shouldn't, we shouldn't put them in the same regulation because if you regulate it like a duck, it will be a duck. So that's what we want to avoid. And it seems a little odd to me or ironic in a way that this is a shared economy and it's outsourcing. The Philippines is the BPO capital of the world, at least for voice. So we not just get the concept of economy, shared economy, we actually base a lot of our national economy on that. So what we're trying to do is do the same thing, use the shared economy and outsource the chore of driving. As much as I'm an enthusiast, nobody enjoys driving during peak hour in congested cities. So what we're doing is we are now outsourcing that to people who can now make a living. It's win-win-win. Everybody wins. And if we can now affect the private sector and private cars, it's a big win for the whole country. What I love about the TNVS is the diversity of drivers that you get. You speak to them and you'll be amazed. If you catch them for a week and you just talk to your drivers for a week, you'll find mothers, lolos, OFWs. It's wonderful to see. And some of these people have been given an opportunity to work when the rest of the traditional workforce has turned their back on them. Think of a senior citizen who has been forced to retire at 60, but is very much a productive member of society because 60 is the new 40. And this person is told by regular workforce, we don't need you, we don't want you, you're a liability. This person can now work and drive for us. This person can now interact with society. We also look at the technology where if sometimes you think, oh, it's going to cannibalize. But Skype and Viber, I remember the telcos fighting that as well. But they'll coexist. We still send SMS, and we still use Viber and WhatsApp, because these are two different sorts. Not everybody has an internet connection. Not everybody wants to spend on a 3G data connection. So these are the things where we need to use this opportunity now to create more opportunities to find a better way forward. We've established here, and there's no argument so far, that this is the better way forward. It's just now a question of regulation and being fair. But by being fair and leveling the playing field, has been mentioned today many times, let's not ask Grab and Uber to go down. Let's ask the others to come up. Let's help them come up. Let's create a better way forward, because we're sending a clear message to the world and to progress. You are welcome here. We want them to know that. The Philippines is, if I'm not mistaken, the fastest growing economy in Asia, if I read that correctly. Definitely not Asia, Southeast Asia. We're growing. And the biggest threat that we have, and I'm sure Dr. Cal will agree with me, is transport. The transport crisis is the only thing threatening to slow down that progress. And here comes solutions staring us in the face. We should use the energy finding a way to legalize it instead of ban it. That's where we should be spending our energy, madam. That is where I'd like to see. Now, just to cap it off, Ms. Medina mentioned a very good point. Safety should be at the center of everything, and everything fall around that. I understand that completely, and I did an informal poll on my Facebook page, just my own personal page. I put it out there, and I asked people, which do you feel is the safer, more convenient option, a regulated taxi or an unregulated TNVS? There were 89,000 plus people who answered that poll in a matter of a week, 99.7%. I think you know where the answer is going. So I think we know what to do here. It's just a question now of finding policies that are bespoke and that don't kill the spirit, that preserve the spirit, and then help the other side come up. We're all stepping forward. Doesn't matter how little, let's just take a step, make sure it's in the right direction.
We don't allow clapping here, but thank you for capping that off, and for your contribution, Mr. Deacon, and everybody here today. Unfortunately, I wanted to end on that higher note, but I have to still summarize what our discussion is. So, in today's hearing, I just have to go through the motion. Senate Committee on Public Services discussed several bills and proposed Senate resolutions on transport network vehicle services and whether or not they're considered common carriers and should be regulated by the government. Technology and market should dictate how the transport sector will evolve, taking into consideration the safety and convenience of the riding public, which Ms. Medina has consistently advocated safety. Tulad ng pag-usbong ng e-books at iba pang technology-based entertainment, hindi naman nawalan ang pagbabasa ng libro. We have a 2.87 billion industry in young adult novels. There's this column that I read, with around 10,200 titles as of 2012, from 4,600 titles in 2002. At the same time, e-book sales for young adult titles have increased 117%. Sabi nila, ay nako, uso na ngayon iPad, internet, Kindle, mawawala na yung publishing. No, there are more authors now, there are more books, more young people read with a different gadget. So, we should embrace technology. And I think that the LTFRB is moving forward there. As they have mentioned earlier, they are not against TNCs. However, we need to adapt. Thus, regulations affecting ride sharing should be responsive to the type of service they provide. TNVS are not taxis. They do not operate with a metered fare. They are not hailed on the streets, and they can use an app to determine transportation points. But this does not mean that they should be treated any different from common carriers. I think we can liken this experience to when iBooks, Kindle, and other literary apps came in. To quote from one article, as we read from Amazon, stream on Spotify and Netflix, book an Airbnb or Uber, it comes out as a realization that technology has not played a major role in displacing publishing, music, movies, accommodation, and transportation. Consumers will always find quality and convenience. Technology hasn't killed businesses. Incompetence did. This is from a writer in PDI. I wish I remember his name, but I think Generation M. Parang ganun yata. If we get, I would like to attribute this to him. He's one of the younger ones. But I agree with the concerns of the LTFRB. What is the status or identity of TNVS? Ano ba kayo, ride sharing? Hanggang ilan lang ba ang pwede sa isang naka-registered registered owner? How should they be accredited? How do they pay taxes, etc.? We will discuss this in our technical working group. A lack of legal framework that would govern the operations of TNVS still puts TNVS in limbo in our country. And we should not allow that. Yung mga nakapending na because of that memo circular as of last year, kung wala namang issues, payagan na natin. Dahil meron naman talagang demand na hindi na-fulfill. Pero wag na muna kayong tumanggap ngayon hanggat wala pang desisyon ng Oktubre. Ngayon, by October, if you still haven't had a decision, there's a problem with bureaucracy. And we will call on you with that. And I don't want to have to ask and give you a hard time during the budget hearing. But we don't want to render you obsolete, LTFRB. Kaya nga, September na, hindi na October, ha? So, mas mabilis. Payagan na ninyo kung wala namang problema sa safety, wala namang problema ano. Pero at the same time, yung sinasabi ninyong flag down rate para sa taxi, asikasuhin na rin natin. Kasi kawawa naman sila, they have to be competitive. At pag-aralan natin sa batas, kung magdudual citizen na ng taxi, ano yung kanilang magiging flag down rate at yung competitive rates nila pagka nasa app. May mga phone-in question sa akin habang naghihiring tayo. Ma'am, paano na yung price surging ng Grab and Uber? Let me address this already to you. That's precisely the spirit of Grab and Uber. It's competitive, so you have a choice. Ayaw nyo magbayad ng ganito, for this convenience, you can always choose something else. Okay, so hindi naman din yan regulated, but unless it becomes already unjust, then we have to determine at what point for inflation, etc., we have to determine that. But again, not too much regulation. But a lack of legal framework that would govern the operations of the NBS. We need, however, Article 1732 of the Civil Code defines common carriers as persons, corporations, firms, or associations engaged in the business of carrying or transporting passengers or goods or both by land, water, or air for compensation, offering their services to the public. As to the issue of franchises, the Court of Appeals in De Guzman versus Court of Appeals ruled a certificate of public convenience is not a requisite for the incurring of liability under the Civil Code provisions governing common carriers. To exempt private respondent from the liabilities of common carrier because he has not secured the necessary certificate of public convenience would be offensive to sound public policy. So, it does not excuse you. Porket nawala pa kayong CPC, all the liabilities and the responsibilities. Makikita natin na ang pagsikat ng Uber at Grab ay dahil sa kakulangan ng maayos at ligtas na pampublikong transportasyon. These TNVS provide premium service compared with taxis. Hindi natin sinasabing sole responsibility ng mga taxi operators ang pag-upgrade ng kanilang serbisyo. Maaring may pagkukulang din ang regulator tungkol dito. Ngunit dati pa sana nating naisipang baguhin o rebisahin ang serbisyong binibigay, hindi lamang ng mga taxi kundi lahat ng pampublikong transportasyon. Dapat maganda ang serbisyo, mahirap ka man o mayaman. Kaya yung mga taxi nakakapagbigay din ng convenience, yung mga bus, yung mga jeepney, sa mga drivers naman natin, sa mga pasahero natin na hindi naman kaya ang Grab at Uber. At hindi naman porkit na dahil lang Grab at Uber mas mahal kayo, hindi naman natin i-regulate yung mga taxi, yung mga jeep na bigyan ng magandang serbisyo ang ating mga kababayan at porkit na hindi nila kayang magbayad ng mas mataas. TNVS should not also skirt around from existing government regulations. Naiisahan tayo Kasi nga maraming butas ang ating batas. Kasalanan din natin yon. If we want to move forward and craft legislation that is fair to all, then we should be forthright and respectful of the process and to each other. Let's respect each other also. But we will be watching. It's our mandate, ma'am, to make sure that you're on schedule. Yung mga hearings natin dapat mas mabilis kasi nga gusto ng mga tao na may kasagutan agad. We want to make sure that in the end, the public welfare and the common good must be considered. Muli, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo ngayong araw. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Hindi niya na pinirmahan to, no? Kuhanin ko na.